accessible embark to build a port. Exclamation point goal or exclamation point legends for all the details. What the fuck do you do with adamantine? You, if it's raw adamantine that you have, you extract adamantine strands, vexed one, at a craft store shop. And then once the strands are extracted, you can forge them into wafers at a smith. That's what you do with them. Well, they can go to the sea like salmon. They're just landlocked. It's like several generations of salmon that didn't make it to the ocean, basically. So that was there. This was where we had deep stuff, like, kind of right away. Let's try this one, which is, like, up on this side. This is actually a little bit closer to the faction we're going to join, which is this one. But the other areas that I'm going to kind of skim through is up here. Ooh, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's pretty good. That's not bad. A little bit shallow, though. But let's not lose the plot here. That's also pretty good. It's not as deep as the other one, but... because, like, that was where we just settled. If I go around the bottom of the peninsula, that's also pretty good. Let's try this one. So let's do 4x7. Liam, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. What are we going for? We are looking for a ocean accessible, deep ocean accessible embark. I generated this world yesterday, and I'm happy with the world. We're sticking with the world. I have a pretty good idea of what faction we're going to play, but it's going to take me a little bit to find the embark, the ideal embark. I know that there's whales in this ocean. So that is the goal of what we're actually looking for, is whales. But there's a few other specific things that I would like to spot to know that we're in a deep enough ocean. Or that we have access to a deep enough ocean. That one's not deep enough. Although there might be animals here. We'll see. Oopsies. Let's just do an unreveal. I don't think this one's deep enough. How can you tell it's deep enough? Because I'm looking for silicous ooze. And I think that's how you pronounce it. That might be silitus. And it's like pelagic clay. Or basically the sea floor. Is what I'm looking for specifically. You can just talk in Twitch chat if you want. Hey, Puni. It's fine. In the YouTube chat's case, just look at the description if you're looking for the save file or anything. I'll just copy-paste the goal into there as well, actually. It's very simple. It's literally, we are on the ocean, let's build a port fort and catch some fish. Give me a sec. There. Goals updated. And also, to those of you watching on YouTube, thanks to the 119 of you for tuning in. Please remember to leave a like on the stream. To those of you here on Twitch, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Don't forget to follow if blah 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 and all that bullshit. If you happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me. This is a crowdfunded stream. I don't take sponsored ag segments. Ag segments? Ad segments. Speaking of ad segments, I got offered a sponsored stream this morning in my email, and this one stood out to me. It's called Booby Survivors. Definitely not stream friendly. It's like, we have a censored version. I'm like, no. 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 I realize I just gave them some free marketing, but I thought it was funny. Not the bird kind, you presume? No, definitely boobies. A lot of floating torsos. They did not have blue feet. My god, if somebody made, like, a series of blue-footed booby games, that would be amazing, actually. You could do them like the Senran Kagura games, where, like, every game is a different genre, but, like, you just play as a blue-footed booby, just for the excuse of making puns. You could have, like, Booby Adventures, and it could be, like, Legend of Zelda. Let's do a quick embark on where we embarked yesterday, and I'll show you what I mean. So this was basically what we landed on yesterday. That's also doable. So's this. Let's try this spot. Man, I'm so distractible by embarks. Yeah, that's the pigeon dating sim. The real important question, Suited Giraffe, is, do you take the blue-footed booby or the red-footed booby? If you take the blue-footed booby, you wake up in your own home, and you have a pet booby now. If you take the red-footed booby, I'll show you how deep this booby rabbit hole goes. Crab!
Crypt beer.
Thanks for the 29 months, Drakensoul. You're too kind. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for sticking with us. I don't want to know how deep the booby hole goes. I'm just saying. I'm good. I think I'll just proceed to eat both. Chew now. Ask questions later. Okay, let's just see what's at the bottom of this ocean. This is what we want to see. Pelagic clay. This means that we actually have access to the seafloor. I don't see any ooze, but that's fine. So this is deep enough to get whales. Actually, like, more than deep enough. Deep enough to get sharks. Deep enough to get everything. I mean, look at that face. Isn't it cute? The whole hagfish. Although I am just going to real quick exterminate this crab. Sorry, crab. Just because I would like to see if anything else appears. Just for testing reasons. Should do it, Liam. I mean, heck, you could use the world that I'm currently playing. And a skunk appears. God damn it. I'm doing this just to force other animals to wander into the map. And another horseshoe crab just immediately walks in. Come on. Wait, really? Oh, because it's boobies? I don't know, there's this blue and red. You know, I'll be honest with you. I'm a really big fan of The Matrix. And not specifically because of the fact that it's a trans allegory, but like just purely for like the sci-fi elements and the other readable allegories in it. Like one of my favorite franchises of all time, easily, no questions asked. But like genuinely for me, not the thing that I was intending with that, but I'm glad that I've managed to make a stronger allegory for you. Yeah, I'm not seeing any aquatic animals, but they would appear on that map. Yesterday we streamed 10 hours of generating worlds. 10 hours. Well, it was about 8.5 hours of generating worlds. I mean, the highway scene in the second one is my favorite fight scene in a movie. Well, I think it's like that. The highway sequence in The Matrix Reloaded and the tea shop scene in Hard Boiled with the bird cages. Why? Have you never spent like 10 hours in a character creator? I don't know if I would say beautiful, but compelling, sure. And Agent Smith lives rent-free in my brain. Just like the sequence of him talking about how humans stink is genuinely one of my favorite lines of dialogue in a movie. Yeah, there's, you know, honestly, like, there's a lot of good practical effects fighting sequences in Lord of the Rings. A lot of good stuff. Trying to find the exact one that I had yesterday. This is also doable. Just at the end of this little peninsula. I think I need to do a 4x8 for this one to get deep enough. Actually, why don't we do this over here? So this has what? Light aquifer, iron gold, gold. Let's see if that's deep enough. About this world? So what a special... The reason... Oh, well, that's not useful. Well, at least I know that this will freeze. Question is the right kind of... Ice might actually be useful. I guess we need to figure that out. Do we want to be somewhere... Okay, so this is deep enough. Because if you look up here in the top of the screen, it says ooze right there. So it is deep enough. But... it's got clay. It's got ooze. 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 Yeah, okay. So this is definitely deep enough. This might actually be the better one. So the ooze is basically the ocean floor, Christopher. The clay is the clay on the ocean floor. It basically indicates that you have... It's sort of like in... when you're digging deep and you start seeing like obsidian, you're probably getting close to the magma sea. It's an indicator that it's deep enough to get deep ocean creatures. There are certain types of animals that won't wander on your map unless you have access to deep ocean, even though they can survive in shallow waters. So whales, in the case of good biomes, mermaids, octopus people, the other aquatic animal people, sharks, giant jellyfish, octopus, those kinds of things. And I want to build a fort for catching those types of creatures. Also to willing to walk on in the spring? Certainly. So I guess the question is, so my goal for this fort, as stated in the exclamation point goal command, is a port fort that focuses on fish. Catching fish, probably using vermin catchers to put fish in aquariums, butchering fish, all those kinds of things, and likely also using the ocean as a form of defense. That is my goal. That's what I want to do with this fort. The big thing, I think, is whether or not we want to do it in a fort that freezes, where the ocean freezes, or in a fort where the ocean doesn't freeze. If we do it in a fort where the ocean freezes, construction would actually be a lot easier. Because in the winter, I can dig down, put in supports, build structures without too much issue. If we do it in a fort where the ocean doesn't freeze, defense will be easier. Why? Because it looks like a penis. Is that what's happening? No deep sea shark lab? I mean, that's the goal. Why would you say no? Like, literally, that's what we're trying to do, Grumpy. Not anymore. Argle bargle. And I guarantee you're not playing in version 32? 31? When that was the case? Yes, this is true. Just don't leave an opening when it thaws. Oh, yeah. I mean, that doesn't actually mean that the other one won't freeze. It just means this will still be frozen in early spring. I think the problem with it freezing is that it could kill the fish that come in. Well, it's not really. This ain't the Arctic. This is very temperate. I mean, like, that would be the Arctic, right? Like, this is a temperate area. So it's like West Coast, basically. I mean, I could go further south and see less of that. Like, we could go down here. On the ocean floor upward? I've done that before. I've had towers poking out of the ocean before. It's always a good time. There's a lot of volcanoes on this map, so it's not unlikely we'll find one underground. I initially was looking for a world that had a volcano that was close enough to the edge of the shore that I could embark on the volcano. And also have access to the ocean, but I kind of gave up on that. I would have had to do like a 2x16 map for that to work, and I'd rather have a more square or slightly rectangular map. This world has 120, Liam. YouTube chat says, I'd rather freezing. Non-freezing, you'll see your mistakes right away. I mean, non-freezing, you wouldn't be able to make mistakes. Because it's either that or the fort gun. That's probably doable. But it seemed like, okay, chat. Let's do like just a live poll here. If you'd rather I play on a map where it freezes in the winter, type in cold. If you'd rather I play on a map where it doesn't freeze in the winter, type in hot. Let's just see like a show of hands. Because that was where we just were. Which is very temperate. Oh! Okay. I think cold is winning in a landslide. Yeah, but if I allow YouTube chat to vote, which I do because in this case I'm a democracy, most of the time this is an imperial. What's the word? most of the time I am a dictatorship here in my Twitch chat. But in this case I'm asking for a public opinion poll, and in this case chat is saying cold. So they would rather a cold map. One, two, three, four. It's also pretty deep. One, two. Ooh, that's pretty good. What's this got? It's like pretty far up here, right? Right there. I wonder if that's settleable. And if that has ooze at the bottom. I don't want to do a map that's thinner than 4. I don't like doing super narrow maps for a multitude of reasons, but I just don't want to do that. I just don't like playing on maps with that shape. Emperor Iron. Like that's just not even in the question. I like to have space to be able to build satisfying structures. Okay, that's deep enough. And it's temperate, so it'll likely freeze. Isn't YouTube more of a vassal state to my Twitch stream? Not to me, maybe to you. The only reason I don't read the YouTube chat as much is because it's less active in general. Like, the only time in the last year that the YouTube chat was more active than the Twitch chat, Vexed One, or not Vexed One, Wraith of Seth, was the day the Siege update came out. And it was literally a day that it was more active. This is pretty good, actually. Actually quite like this. Although we don't have any variation in land height. Although there is actually like a freshwater creek, which is kind of funky. Let's just force some animals to appear. I mean, I'll just say this. Like, you guys can suggest 1x16 maps all you like. I'm just not going to do it. So this is the last time I'm going to acknowledge that. More giant wrens. More giant wrens. I'm going to time you out, Emperor Iron, if you keep suggesting map sizes. I will do a map size that fits the embark that we're doing. I'm not going to do anything that's ludicrously long or large. That is specifically why I generated this world, is so that I could get something that's less than 8 long, but still have access to land. Thumbs up. I don't want a super laggy fort, and I don't want it to be weirdly elongated or extremely thin, because then it just makes it annoying to play, and I'm trying to avoid that. I don't want things to appear right on top of my fort. That's the beginning and the end of the discussion. Oopsies. It's just got a lot of birds. I want like one underwater thing to appear. Give me one sign of wet. Give me one side of deep sea critters. Does go deep enough. For 4x 12 seconds, that... I mean, I could do that. I would just type slash timeout and then... the result, but nah. 48 seconds ain't that big of a deal. I do actually kind of wonder, what kind of fish are you pulling out? Got raw mussels? I mean, yeah, that's like the only instance I would do that is for a bridge. But even then, I would still make it too wide. But I'm not building a bridge for it. Whatever. I know that sea animals will appear. Okay, so chat wants a little bit further south. The thing is, there's certain types of forts in Dwarf Fortress Torn Relic that I just do not like playing. As in, I don't enjoy it at all. One of those is like 1x1 maps. Or very small maps. I like keeping things on one layer because it's easier for me to convey visually to an audience than when everything is super vertical. So just from like a ease of keeping track of what's happening for my audience that's watching, I prefer to have space. So I would rather do like a 5x5 than a 1x1 any day of my life. I did one of those forts last year. It was my sort of Halloween fort, Brain Rot. I've made a video out of it. And I'm probably not going to do one for a couple of years. Again, because I do not enjoy that gameplay style. I think that was like my first one in like 3 years. So I actually know since before the Steam version released. So if I'm just like, no, I'm not going to do that, it's generally because I either have some reason because it makes watching it difficult, or I don't enjoy that playstyle. I don't enjoy a super constricted playstyle. I don't like it visually. I don't like the process of having to stream it. So there is no buoyancy in Dwarf Fortress, period. No mald. Although I wonder if you can build a track stop over water. There's probably a way to like fake it. Fake buoyancy, I guess. It's all too shallow. I think this is also pretty good. Basically looking for these little dots, because those are embarkable. That's pretty great. That's pretty great. I wonder if this is too far inland. Probably not. But right here with a ridiculously large embark was where we saw the whale. And I got the screenshot of it. That's not bad. That, a little too shallow. All right, we are in an ad break. I will have found a spot by the end of this ad break. He says with the most confidence, as if he actually has confidence. I also said that I was going to start a new fort yesterday, and I ended up absolutely not. That's just wilderness. There we go. Right there. That's pretty good. But it's just wilderness. It's the shame. Shame. Shame, 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 shame. Because I want giant animals. Giant whales, please. Gib giant whales. It is. Is it going any better? What do you mean? Like, am I finding a place? Oh, I've settled on a world. You could download the world if you like. It's on Legends. You can go explore it. I'm aware that it took 10 hours, but I don't know. I think it was actually an educational thing for me yesterday. I learned a bunch about Advanced World Gen that I've never known before. But, like, this is part of, like, rare animal hunting in Dwarf Fort. Like, it's a lot of just generating worlds. A lot of generating worlds. I think that one's probably the best. Okay, so let me just... This one isn't cold, though. Which is right there. Temperate Savanna. It's got iron and gold. It's right at the very edge. Because I don't want a ridiculously large embark. Let's do a 6x4 and see what we get right here. You like that part of the game? Oh, no, totally. All right, that's deep enough. Just clay, no ooze though. Giant blue jays, let's let it run for a sec. I'm just trying to find a spot where I don't have to have a ridiculously large map. Like, this is absolutely a decent sized map. There's normal size whales, and then there's giant whales. Nika in YouTube chat. Oh, they're giant blue jays. Blue whales don't exist in Dwarf Fort. See, this is what we want. See? This proves that we can get animals from the ocean because there's a spotted webgong. This is a deep sea fish. It's a spotted webgong. Clearly, a spotted webgong is a beautiful real life creature that is actually quite cute in real life. Look at them. Super giant tardigrade of what now? Also Snorkelverse. Thumbs up for a website name. A+. A webgong. It's a webgong. You see? Spotted webgong. It's a fish. I don't know how good eating they is, but Curious if we get any other fish. I think I'm gonna embark here, chat. I like this spot. I really like this spot. It's got a little bit of variation on the surface. Like, it's not just an ugly square, you know? There's trees growing. We can build some docks. It's got gold, I think. I'm gonna exterminate this webgong, sorry. Sorry, buddy. Curious to see if we get other things. Yum. I mean, yesterday during our testing, we teleported a giant sperm whale onto the shore so it would die. Just so I could, like, butcher it. And we got 8,000 meat from it. Tuna chops? Oh, I know what those look like. I mean, there's definitely been, like, times where I've looked at a dwarf's description. Tibe, and it's like, likes random word that doesn't sound like a word. And I'm like, what the heck is this? And then I look it up and it's just a weird, like, fish. I'm like, oh, okay. Let's let this run for a sec. Oh, they're seeing the birds die. They're upset. Okay, yeah. So there will be ocean fish in this location. And so the starting level is -1, but it goes down to -35. Although, it's kind of not that much deep sea clay. There's some at the bottom. Is there any ooze or is it just clay? I actually don't know what causes the different deep sea materials to form, but I like how steep of a drop that is. Like, that's actually what I need, is I need this. I need, like, this cliff drop. There's, like, a whole school of herring. Let's let it run for a second, see what else we get. Dreaming of windows out to the sea, it's great until somebody tantrums. Well, hopefully the deep isn't a red herring, Montecore. Correct. Red Zorex. Are there herrings in SpongeBob's intro? I just remember the song. I don't actually remember what actually happens in the intro. All right, let's just call it. We're going to take that spot, chat. Or at least in that general vicinity. I'm so paranoid that I'm going to embark in the wrong place and not be deep enough. If we throw enough weed into the ocean, or hemp, I guess, in Dwarfort, maybe we'll get a high school of herring. I'm funny. For real. When you say tiny geese, do you mean like baby geese? So that was like right there. This spot is deeper though. My God, chat, I need an intervention. I need an intervention. You know, every now and again, somebody in my chat will be like, I'm addicted to embarking and they never actually play the game. Help. I'm becoming one of those people right now. Like, that's where it was, but, like, there's deeper ones. Like, oh, there's a deeper one right there. Like, that goes down to, like, that color, but, like, that's a... No, it's the same color. I'm fucking losing it. Okay, so Untamed Wilds all the way across. Origin Civilization. The North Guilds. 39 sites, 4,800 dwarves. That's pretty good. One, two, three. Tiles of deepish ocean versus not as much versus less versus way less. Not as much up here. Even less, even less, even less. Too far north now, probably. This is the area where it was freezing. And then that's a volcano, obviously. Inland, I think it might be that. It's also worth noting that this isn't an island. There are some dwarves over there, but the nearest goblins are pretty far away, so they're not going to attack us. Like, we are going to be pretty home free when it comes to being invaded. If we wanted to be invaded, we'd have to be, like, over here. Ooh, that's also pretty good. Shit. Like, ooh, hold up. Where is that? That's like... It's actually closer to our home faction, because this is our home faction. So, like, right here. That's actually really good. It depends. I don't think there's such a thing as too many. Where are you seeing that number, Wolfus Wolf? Dave Danger the Warlock. Did you watch much of the last fort? Like, are you aware of what happened to Davette? I need to see this one. What's the base of this? You became the queen. You became royalty. I think it's deep enough. Oh shit! This is actually amazing. I'm just gonna do a real quick reveal. Just so I can see what's down here. This actually, has it always said that it's salt water? Up in the top right? The question is, I'm just seeing, I'm not seeing any deep sea stuff. risk. But the fact that it's partially thawed is actually really good. That's a sketchy embark. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a sketchy embark. It doesn't have, like, that's my worry, is that it's not gonna have any deep sea, so I think we should be on the right side of the continent, not the left side. FPS death doesn't exist. It's always because something is stuck, RodsRX, and you can almost always fix it. Like, if you don't believe me, retire and reclaim your fort. You can do it on a different save. You can absolutely fix it. Like, if you're getting FPS death, it's literally because something is stuck or broken, that you've broken, that you can probably fix. This is the wilderness region. So I was just there. That's pretty good. Shit, I'm back at it. Chat, help. He's back on his bullshit again. Those are all islands. Don't really want to be on an island. I've changed my mind on that. Are those deep enough? Pretty sure I'm beyond help at this point. I don't know. I'm savable. I am narrowing it down. In a way to cause FPS death, something gets stuck behind something, often smoke, temperatures clashing. Like, look at this, swordfish, okay. Populations of things are too high, which can cause, like, stuff to get stuck. Almost every instance I've had of FPS death, because FPS death is incurable, right? So FPS death hasn't been relevant since version 44, when there was active memory leaks that could hard lock the game and make it impossible to fix. If you can fix it, it's not FPS death. And if your frame rate goes down to 20, that's not FPS death. That's just the game slowing down because it's a fucking sandbox game. So if you push it, you'll slow it down, naturally. That is not FPS death. FPS death is when your FPS goes to 0 and can't recover. So, is your frame rate going down? Okay, you've probably done something that your computer can't handle. Cool. That's fixable. Don't do that again. If something is stuck somewhere, or incapable of pathing back in a way that is breaking the game, that can slow your FPS and you can fix that. That's why I'm so, like, iffy about FPS death, because FPS death implies that it's incurable. Which most of the time, it is not. And if you can't fix it, retire and unretire your fort. Everything will be right where you left it, except you'll have to redo your work orders. That's the only thing you'll have to redo. And that'll fix it. That's pretty good, but it doesn't have the deep sea soil. Maybe that means we don't need the deep sea soil. Let's just do a quick reveal. Yeah, no deep sea soil, but I mean, there is a swordfish. Was the south not a good coastline? Oh, there's a bunch of good coastlines. That's the problem. I would just like to say that OG Chat has nominated you to inform you that we're all cool with you trolling a little and doing a second day of World Gen. I kind of want to play a fourth, though. I am not going to generate any worlds today. Chat, I'm not going to generate any worlds today. I'm not gonna, I'm joking, I'm not gonna do it. I'll have you know that this world has a bee god. So, I'm sticking with this one. Also, who's voted for Clino? Is Clino falsifying elections now? Clinodev has been elected mayor. Ven's Herald, thank you very much for the Prime sub. The Queen Bee God, yes. Although it is a human-aligned god, so I don't think we'll see much of it, but... Was it ever Kansas, though? So, the reason I'm so touchy about FPS death is because that is an extremely negative term. Every single sandbox game of this sort that I've played in my life has some slowdown. So... if you are accusing a game of slowing down because it doesn't put limits on what you can do, to me, that is ridiculous. Genuinely. And I feel the same way about Civilization. I feel the same way about City Skylines. The first one. I never really played the second one. I feel the same way about Transport Fever. I feel the same way about Factorial. If you build a big enough thing, the game slows down. And that's on you for winning. That's not really on the game. As an example, in version 47.05, which was the last classic version before Premium came out, if on this computer, if I have about 200 dwarves, I'm not going to get more than 20 FPS, period. That just won't happen. And there is a lot of things that I can do, and that the game can do, that will brick the save and make it unplayable, where I have to go back to a save file to fix it by crashing the game. Because it will not let me do anything, not even pause the game. That is FPS death. In this version of the game, yeah, it'll slow down, naturally, because it's a sandbox game. If you don't want it to slow down, play a smaller map, play a smaller population, lower the number of visitors you can have, lower the amount of livestock you have, play within the limits that the game provides that makes sense for the system that you're running. It's not the fault of the game that your 400 dwarf fortress is lagging. That's my take. So if you're saying that the game is FPS death, that means it's literally unplayable and it breaks. That's bad. That needs to be fixed. I've run Dwarf Fortress on my laptop, this version. My laptop doesn't have a graphics card in it. It's a very low-powered CPU. It's mostly a word processor. Does it run slowly? Certainly. But 15 FPS, 30 FPS, perfectly playable. Could it be nicer? Yeah, absolutely. But it runs very well for what it is. So if your game is at 0 FPS and not running, okay, I will try and help you fix that, and we'll call that FPS death. If it's been at that frame rate for minutes. If you're running at 15 FPS, mate, just build a smaller fort. If you're running at 30 FPS, just build a smaller fort. It's still playable. I've played many forts at a comfy 20 FPS and been happy that it was running on older versions before Steam. I have a hard time pushing it below 30 now. Yes, I have a better computer. But on this computer, version 47 still has a hard time pushing 30 with 200 dwarves. So that's why I get a little bit touchy, because like the worst public press that this game can have is the community that actively plays it talking about its frame rates going to 0 and breaking. When that is no longer an inevitability, it's just something that can happen if you fuck up. But you can fix it. And there's a few things that'll make it go down to like a frame, like if I drain an ocean, or if there's a shit ton of fire in the middle of your fort, just get up and make some coffee, come back, it'll fix itself. It'll sort it out. You got a volcano on a shore. That's pretty dope. Pretty dope. This one was real good. This one was real good. On the tip of this. All right, chat. Hold me to this. I'm going to do a 4x8. If I have clay and ooze, I'm going to send it. I think the game has an engine limitation where you can't have 20,000 livestock. There are like hard limits on that. Like I'm pretty sure that's literally impossible. It's just sand. It's a very sandy beach. You know, I'm starting to think that Clino saying that I have permission to do another day of World Gen is a self-serving opinion. There's no clay. Shit. I thought this one had clay. I swear that this one had clay. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we got clay over here on the side, which I just couldn't see. Whatever, I'll just scroll through on this screen. One day of embarking, one day of World Gen. Well, hopefully you guys are reading through Legends and finding interesting things. Like Space Engineers 2, you can build a 1-to-1 and scale, or like Minecraft, like with the 1-to-1 scale like Enterprise and shit. If that still exists. I mean, this is deep enough, so... I mean, we're getting soul. The map is 129 deep, 15 tall. Well, the thing is, like, in your game settings, you can actually, like, set hard caps, and I know I've set hard caps. Like, I think the default visitor cap is 100, and I've had it set at 50 for a while. But, I want to say that there is either a hidden or a visible animal cap, and I don't know where it is. But there is a cap to the number of animals you can have. I want to say it's 250? By next week, we'll be breaking ground. Oh, guaranteed. He's still generating worlds, chat. Is there a way to make only certain crafts? You have a noble who keeps demanding export of crowns. In the manager screen, or in individual workshop, you can specifically request crowns. You could make rock crowns, bone crowns. Just have to type in crowns. Change what with DF hack? There's literally nothing in the game that the game doesn't vanilla that you need DF hack for. Torn relic. Oh, the number of animals? No, you don't need DF hack for that. You just go into your, like, the default, the old school init settings. Torn relic. Because, like, the old school init settings expose all of the settings, and there's some that, like, aren't really necessary for normal human beings to see. And my brain can never remember. But no, you can just go into the init file. You just need to open up and, like, literally just open a Word document and click save. No, but there is a hard limit for entities that you can have on a map, like, at an engine level. I want to say it's 3,000? Like, there are some limits that you can't change with DF hack. Swedish GOD, thank you very much for the 35th month. Welcome back, man. You cannot specify clay crafts. Oh, clay specifically? Well, yeah, I don't know. That's actually weird. Is it just clay crafts then? I wonder if it's like, can you even make clay crowns? I almost never make clay crafts. I'm assuming you can, but... The FPS is fine. You're just bad at it. I don't know. I'm dropping some merch, and I want it to be a nice t-shirt, not a weird inside reference. Or rather, when I'm dropping merch. I have to pick it up. How old is it? Wolf is 12. The frame rate isn't bad. You just need glasses. One sparse. I feel like I would call it the frame rate is thing, because FPS has multiple meanings. Is my refresh rate lagging? All right, this was the one where we saw the swordfish. Or no, not the swordfish, the spotted web gong. Hey chat, maybe I should go back in the VOD. Did this location have deep sea soil? Shit, fuck. I need to keep screenshots. I'm just gonna skim back through the VOD. Till I hit the spotted, whoops, no, not that one, this one. Till I hit the spotted web gong. I think I found it. Hold up. Yep, found it. Now, where was that embark? That one had it. Ooze, yeah. I'm just double checking to make sure that I'm in the right spot. Because this is going to be the spot. I'm just looking at how big I did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 4. And it was connected to that corner right there. Oopsies, wrong way. So right there. I think right there would probably be the optimal one. Let's make sure that we're the right faction. The faction that we've decided on is the North Guilds. Now I need to find it again. Fuck. Here I've gone and lost it. It was up here. Yes. Up here. This looks like a seahorse. The Seahorse Peninsula. Just gonna double check. Yeah, we are connected via land. Wobble gong? I mean, hey, wobble gong, webby gong, woob gong, wub gong. Wub-a-dub gong. We'll figure it out. So to you, it's all the same. You're excited to get you to build and flood an itty-bitty seaside tavern with direct ocean access. How cool would it be if we got a SpongeMan monster hunters? Oh god, that would be awesome. Wouldn't that be cool? If like ocean-based monsters could arrive. Man, I really wish this was buildable up here. Nope. Wait. Okay, so that's deeper. Shit. Is it deeper? I'm questioning my ability to see the color blue. I can't tell if that's deeper than that. Tarn, why don't we have a depth indicator instead of just like these slightly different shades of blue? Because like that seems like a much steeper drop. No, it's not actually. Color pickers and a screenshot it and stick it in like an image editing thing and use a color picker. I think they're the same. I think they are too. The top part was a deeper blue. God damn it! Because there's like a slight difference in shade between these two. This one and this one. Okay. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4 deep tiles and 1, 2 on the other side. Whereas this gives us kind of a lot more. Yes, we've settled on a world. You can download it, and it's listed if you type in ! Legends Ham of Doom. So you can go look at it if you like. Wait, hold up. Are you saying that's a thing that happened, Clino? Or are you saying that would be funny if that happened? All right, let's go up here. I think this one actually gives me more deeper tiles. It is temperate, so it should seasonally freeze. Four by 7. Just gonna back out. It's right there, just right here. Now I know that this is just me being paranoid. I'm gonna do a final test embark for the final time. Finally, the final test embark of finality. It started at 30 FPS. That's actually pretty good. That means there's a bunch of animals. And it's birds. But the important question. I think it's actually too deep. We've gotten through the... Yeah, I want to say that this one was the one that didn't have the right sand. Is the issue. Yeah, no, this one doesn't. My paranoia knows no bounds at this point, chat. It is deep. I'm not denying that. You can just check the Z level? Not from the overworld. What do you mean? I think I'm going to go on to the east end of the peninsula. Because this, like the issue that I have, is this is slightly inland. This is more direct to the deeper ocean. So I think we're going to go to the end of the peninsula right there. I think we're going to do that side. Be partly constructed from ice on the ocean. I don't know how long it's going to freeze, but maybe. Region pops, probably. Huh, you can multiply the populations. That's wild. Interesting. So how does it grab that? Interesting. Okay, so is that based on like where you're embarked? Like, can I see that from the... Oh no, chat, help. This is bad. Underworld and all that. Linku, hello. Your game is running at 10 SPF. At least it won't get a sunburn as easily. What's going on that's making it run so slow? Like, do you have a siege or something? Is there fires? Is there fights? Something's going on. Check your job cancellations. See if something's stuck. Innumerable amount of demons? I mean, that's just real life, man. So let's see. Oh, no, 7 by 4. Let's see if it tells me here. Interesting. Wait, so... Oh, this is bad. I'm starting to think that it's not actually listing everything. Because it's just giving me the same things. Oh, I see. It's only giving me that map that I was on. So if I go here... So Twitter. Many things are Twitter these days. Why? It's because I need to go up to here. Sometimes these you need to... Yeah, now it's just like not giving me anything of use. Kleno, help. Just unpause for a second and see if that helps. Maybe reveal? Nope, that doesn't do anything. But regardless, this is deep enough, so... If you want dragons, you really need to increase the number of mega beasts. Ironically, every time I've had a breeding pair of dragons, one of them's been gay. YouTube chat. I'm just trying to figure out why... Yes, I have been to this map before, but I'm trying to figure out why it's not giving me a different props list. Or pops list. Okay, now it's finding some... Okay, it's like slowly populating. That's interesting. Flounder, were Flounder on the list last time? Yeah. What, the mole dogs being endangered? Or the troglodytes? To grow their population in the region? I don't know if you can spawn specific animals. I know that there's this command, which is... No, not that. There is a command that just lets you bring in a bunch of wildlife. Not fix wildlife, but... And I know that that particular command just imports everything, a little bit of everything from the region, not demons. Oh shit, there's squids. With the sandbox command? Sure. But that's, I don't know, to me that's cheating. Like, then, like, all of the world gen I did yesterday isn't legit, you know? That command is going to make me so paranoid, Clino. What have you done? Like, so fucking paranoid. I'm going to go to one or two of the other spots that we've spotted and looked at and see. Dibs on having a gay dragon named after you one day? Fine. But, now I'm just paranoid. Let's see what this one has on that command. Don't speak for me. Speak for yourself, Melmold. I'm good. Hard pass. I can't even see the bottom. It's a lot of conglomerate. Yeah, see, this one has much less because we don't have deep sea access. Sketchy embark again. That's a lot of snow. It looks like New York. God damn it, Clino, what have you done? Hey, chat. Not to horny shame you right now, but this exact running joke, winky face, is the reason I don't have a P.O. box. Because I suggested maybe once making a P.O. box a little while ago, and immediately got a, oh sweet, I can send you my used Bad Dragon dildo collection. To my response was, I guess I'm never getting a P.O. box now. And true story, I've never gotten a P.O. box because of that. So this one is pretty easy to spot because it's such a shallow beach. We have embarked on this one before. Okay, so it can't tell me from here. I literally will never do that for two reasons, Lore Nerd. One, nobody would buy it. And two, if you were stupid enough to buy it, it would probably cost you more than the cost of the item in import fees. Me buying my own merch costs me an extra $30 now for most of it. Or rather, getting copies of it to look at, which is just at cost, costs me an extra $30 on top. So no. No, I would not. Or it would cost me money. So it's, fuck no. Why would I pay money to so that you can pay money for stuff you don't want for the sake of paying money? That's fucking stupid. Subscribe to my blog, please. I was going to sell, like, drawings, actually, and then all this shit started. So, no. It's not funny. Like, none of this is a joke to me, Nomald. I'm glad you think it's hysterical, but... I mean, I don't fucking know what your laws are, Nomald. So here's the problem, Clino, with this command. To the point where I'm starting to think it might actually be a moot point. And that is... It is slowly populating the list. Also, this map has giant skunks, so there's that. It is slowly populating the list. What do you mean? The internet's illegal. Anyways, chat, can we change the subject? This is going to get not fun very quickly. It's weird. It's like, over my years of streaming, I've always been pro talking about politics on stream. Like, it's never really bothered me. But in the last, 6 months, it's just, we all know. We all know. At least, most of you do. It either just ends with fucks calling me a communist because I live in Canada and I think healthcare is useful, or like people being depressed, and I don't think we need that. Fatigue, yeah, there's definitely a fatigue to it. It's not funny anymore. No, it's not. Because, like, when I look at this command, what I can actually do with it. It's like I could boost populations of things, but like, because it's slowly loading, I don't think this is all that useful. Like, there's salmon on the map, and it says that there's salmon. Oopsies. Like, there's flounder. Anyways, this one's deep enough. It has ooze. I really like the look of it, but I think I like that other one more. All right. Room of Chatterinos. I'm not going to do another test embark. I'm not going to worry about the populations. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Oh, fuck. Volfist. I lied. Okay, fine. What have you done? Why did you say something? Why did you say something? Why did you do this to me? I have no fucking idea. But I don't, the thing is, YouTube folks, I don't want to modify the map after the fact using DF hack. That to me is wasting all of the time that I spent generating a world. Like if I'm just gonna go in and cheat an animal into existence, my time here is wasted. Or rather, maybe not wasted, but like defeating its own point. Ere the dingo man got hungry. Okay. Region. Literally says nothing. Nope. But we do have fish. Like there's blue fish. If I actually look at this. Okay, I don't actually see any of them at the minute, but. You know, we got tons of pelagic clay, and we've got ooze. We're just going to do this spot because all of the knowledge that I know says that this will work. List. Okay, let's try this then. Let's try it without a space. Cod, cougar eel, flounder, halibut, herring, lamprey, sea mackerel, merlin. Giant sperm whale, 581. That's a lot of giant sponges. 26,562. Horseshoe crab man, sea nettle jellyfish. I'm sorry, mink man? I read that as milkman. Orca men? Giant platypus. Fuck tons of sharks. I already had thrips in my house. Why this past year already? Why do I need thrips in the game too? Disapprove. There's wolfmen, not to be confused with werewolves. Innumerable slugs and snails too. Okay. That's it, chat. That's the map. Thanks for explaining how to input that command. That's it, chat. That's the fort. That's a wrap, folks. Stream's over. No, I'm kidding. Once again, if you want to download this world and fuck with it yourself, there is a link in the YouTube stream description to DFFD, the Dwarf Fortress File Depot. You can download it there. It's this world as is. I'm not going to be updating it until after the fort. And Legends is this world, so you can go look at Legends. Just go to legends.blindIRL.net, and it'll take you to my self-hosted instance of Legends Viewer, so you can follow along in not real time, but I will update it at least at the end of every stream, sometimes midstream, if something wild happens. And if you want to find history, let me know of things. I don't really care about spoilers. We're all for the story here. This is sort of, maybe not quite, but sort of the beginning of me attempting to expose the stories of my fortresses in a more public fashion. Here's a fucking dumb idea. What if I host a wiki? In that, I could put my previous XMLs or world saves or links to them. Suited, are you around? How would one do that? Re-hosting a wiki. That's right here. So we have gold and silver and tin. Gold and iron. But mostly gold. Very deep soil and shallow clay. The faction that I want to play, because they're close by and have a great name, are the North Guilds. They're right here. Their queen is Meng, Bridge Patterns. They have 4,800 doors and 38 sites, mostly down in this area. There are some goblins over here. Yeah, they have dark goblin pits. There's also some elves. Actually kind of curious, where's the nearest humans? Oh wow, that's a very heavily destroyed goblin faction that appear to be at war with these humans down here. Maybe they're also at war with these goblins. Sweat sins? Don't sweat those sins, chat. I'll be fine. It's a pretty dope little volcano. Look at that. That one actually has beach access, but not deep enough. But our fort today, that I'm actually going to embark, I swear. 8x4 or 7x4, chat? What do you think? Although, realistically, 7x4 I think is the deepest it can go. Because those two tiles right there are the deepest. So, deepest, 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 deepest. I kinda prefer right there. Where all the dwarves have the same name. What, everybody is Eurist? It would be like We're like, I've never read this book, but it would be like We Are Legion, We Are Bob. Yeah, but it'll stretch the minimap more so it'll look uglier. Wolfest Wolf. YouTube chat is saying 8x5. Just make it bigger. And that would give us more ocean space. That is huge, yeah. Torn Relic. How many total tiles is that? 40? Like the default? 16? I've done 56, like 7x7s before that chugged. I do think that's going to chug pretty badly. I mean, I might need to turn down my population to reasonably keep that running well. I mean, whoops, no, not 9. Could do 7. I think the only real benefit of making it 5 by something instead of 4 is I would get slightly more of the shallows, which would actually make like damming off the ocean a lot easier, which is something I'm going to need to do. It's only 35 tiles. No, I'm not talking about individual squares. I'm talking about like these tiles. Like these squares? Not like on the map. I think honestly, I think 4. It's 32 tiles. I think I'm gonna do 8 by 4. Get some additional ocean space. The question is, do I want like a sandbar of shallows? Because that could be super helpful, actually. So what I'm going to have to do, I don't know how long it's going to freeze. It'll probably freeze, but because it's temperate and it is warm, if it freezes, it's not going to freeze for very long. Meaning I'm probably going to have to drain parts of it. No, I didn't mean the little tiny ones. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the individual tiles out of this. Okay, let's do that. You have selected a large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience. Also, the ocean only has gold, and the shore has gold and iron. Meaning, me only having this one tile means it's very unlikely I'm going to find much in the way of iron. So we are going to be pretty short on resources. Although I could also go down here and have a similar number of deep tiles to up here, but have 3 tiles of land. What do you think? More land or less land? Slightly north? Or slightly south? I'm just gonna make sure we're the right faction. Yes. Paranoia. And then he just jumps down here and sees an equally good spot. Oh my god. Shit. That's also pretty good, but... I'm not gonna have to loop anything. Tarn Relic. Kleno, you're not helping. I'm sick enough already. That looks shallower. That's pretty good, though. It's not Untamed Wilds. I always think it's really cute when people tell you you're gonna have to dupe metal. It's genuinely cute to me. Like, aw, you think that I cheat. You can cheat, that's fine. think I'm going to do this spot. 8x4. No more putzing around, chat. No more. See, Rodzorex in YouTube chat gets it. Meltdown stuff that's been ported. I think it's a legal requirement for everybody in this fort to have 2 points in swimming. You never know. It could save a life. Not intentionally, actually, but yeah, I guess I did kind of end up waiting for the epic build in the music. Fisher Dwarf? They train fishing pretty quick, but somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, hey? What are your values? Dreams of mastering a skill? Creating a great work of art. We also have to be really careful because there are giant birds on the map, and it is Untamed Wilds. So we have to go pretty slowly to not piss off the surface. This might actually be a limit the population fort. Hate leisure time, strong, ambitious, anger prone, rude. Ugh. Of course you're an artist. I think you... I'm gonna give you mining, 2 points in mining. 2 points in masonry. And a few points in engraving. Give you mining. Give you not carpentry. I'm gonna give you mining and something fun. Let's say that you're a hobbyist soap maker and fish cleaner. Down here, you have a high social awareness, values harmony. Esm. I'm gonna give you carpentry and wood cutting. I'm also gonna go to other, and I'm going to give you persuader, conversationalist, record keeper, appraiser. I mean, it works for me. I literally made a clip earlier. So have you tried refreshing? Maybe that seems odd. It should be working. You, what do you want? High willpower, values knowledge and introspection. Great work of art. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. What is this? Sickness. Channel acts with an arrow focus on the current activity. Has a greedy streak. Rarely falls in love. You seem pretty neutral. I'm gonna give you probably farming, like maybe planting and fishing. And if I were to give you anything else, why don't we give you some brewing skill? Here you go, Id. What about this dwarf? Meng. You're musical, thoughtless, but you recover quickly and you're orderly. Well, that's good. Seems like a bard. Values artwork. Hates merrymaking. Never mind, not a bard. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. You are easily moved to mercy. Again, you're pretty neutral. If I just give you some mason points, some engraving points, and some fishing points. You. Hateful, tough, anger-prone, bad with words, not altruistic. Prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Makes a mess. Doesn't mind tumult. Quarrelsome. Somewhat. Is quick to form negative views about things. Dislikes helping others. What a dwarf. I'm going to give you a few points in fighting. And where did they hide that? Maybe it is in combat. No, it isn't. Where do they hide Ambusher? Maybe discipline, engineer, operator. Let's do tactics, actually. What if I give you just armor user? I don't know what kind of weapons we're going to end up using. And then for normal tasks, we'll just say, make you a mason. I mean, dwarves could be born with hearts full of neutrality. This last one, impatient, recovers slowly. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care about family. Likes tunnel tube wood, green glass, and giraffe parchment. Has a good kinesthetic sense, resists sickness, and avoids fights. Wow. Doesn't care about family one way or another, lives a fast-paced life, doesn't seek out excitement. This dwarf sounds like they would be good in the military, but like then they just like avoid it. Let's make you butcher. Fisher dwarf, and an engraver. All right, what are we going to name this fort? I could call it Sea Monster. C Sport, B Sport. Splash Paddle is pretty good too. Or Sea Paddle. Splash Paddle. Although Splash Monster is also pretty good. Could call it Deep Splash. Or Deep Sea. Paddle Coast! I don't know about that. Is Squidward. Every now and again, chat. Every now and again, I realize that something's kind of funny. This isn't SeaWorld. It's as real as it gets. Suited. Oh man, I can't name it Marine Land. Damn it. Ink is a word, yes. I could name it Fishnet. If you want, like, a double entendre. Squid Game's funny, though. Is Baywatch? No, I can't call it Baywatch. I could name it Coastwatch. Actually, that's a pretty good one. I could name it Seahorse. Squid Game's pretty funny, yeah. Spray is a word. I could call it Ocean Spray. The Coast Guard of the North Guild. Or Coast Guard of North Guild, we could call the group. Make the site Government Coast Guard? Let me back out of that. I wonder, hold on. Coast Guard of... No, I can't call it North Guild. Damn it. Dang it. The game is like letting me get so close. So close. So close. I'm a little bit bummed out about this, actually. Wait. That's pretty good. That's pretty close. Is chum a word? I doubt it. No. Chunk is. I mean, I could call it fish bucket. I don't think whales is a word. Yeah, I can't call it whales or whales. I could call it walls. I kind of like that for the group name. I kind of wish I could call it the North Guild of Coast Guard, but I can't do two words after the of. Wards is a word. But for fortress name, fish. Sorry, I lied. I could call it fish buckle, which is actually pretty good. But bucket apparently isn't a word, which is wild to me. Can't even call it fish barrel. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You're a bad person. Man. Holy fucking shit. Squidwarded? Squidwarded, the wayward squid. I mean, yes, the not translated name is very funny. Gongeth Zealous. Gongeth Zealous. Squidward. I'm imagining Krug Smash saying that and no selling it. Oh my fucking Christ. That's so funny. That's so stupid, chat. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. This is really dumb. Just type in yes or no. Do we call the fortress Squidward? Yes or no? No, it would be Squidward. Well, I mean, we could... Okay, so yes, sure. For our symbol... The war squid? The warrior squid? The squid. The Squidward. Our symbol. It's going to be a gigantic squid. A dwarf. Is the dwarf okay. Is the dwarf devouring the squid? Or is the squid devouring the dwarf? I could go either way with this. There are squid people. Well, there's octopus people. I don't actually know if there's squid people. The music of awful? You're clearly referencing things I don't know. Stone. Yeah, true. Okay, actually, here's an idea. Chat, you've given me an awful idea. The squid is eating the dwarf. The dwarf is devouring the squid. I finally found a use for smeared out into a spiral. Oh, gosh. Man, I can't name it the Ouroboros. Circle. Monster. Squidward of... I can't call it consuming. Devourers. Eating doesn't read well to me. I'm not going directly to SpongeBob here. We're just calling it Squidward. Because if I go way too close to SpongeBob, then it's just a SpongeBob joke. I want this to be me saying, this is the Fortress of Squidward, and then referencing nothing else related to SpongeBob, and pretending that I don't get it. I think that's infinitely funnier. Kenton, congrats, you used to be rich. Thanks for paying your taxes. I think I'm just going to go with Squidward of Devourers, although it's too many. Let's just call it of Oceans. Of Lovecraft? I don't think I can do two words. I mean, actually, okay, we've already named the fortress Squidward, so I could go. I mean, I could call it the Lovecraft of squids. But I can't add another word onto the end now. Squidward of deep. How about the Squidward of depth? Cavern. Deeps. I mean, I could just call it sea. Squidward of seas? How about we call it Deep Monster, the Squidward of seas? You know, I could call it, if we want to like step away, because the fortress is already called the Squidward. And this is the symbol. Man. Okay, so let's go. Could call it the Great Squid of Seas. Could call it the Massive Squid of Seas. I could call it Deep Monster, the Lovecraft of Seas. Deep Circle, is that a deep purple cover band? I mean, you didn't miss, so that's good. The Dance of Eating? The Intelligent Fish of Seas. How do you know they're intelligent? The Massive Squidward of Seas. I think like putting Squidward in here is too much. Personally, as he adds more words in. I like the Massive Squid of Seas. Personally. The Massive Swarm doesn't seem to be a word. I can't do, well, I mean, we've already got next there. Because we've got the Massive Squid of. I can't put anything else past of. Seas is the X. Massive Squid of warding. Okay, well, if it's the Massive Squid of warding. Shape, waves. Set this to 0, so it's plural. Was it shape? I always forget which one it is. Shining sun. Admiring the waves. It's an image of a gigantic squid, a dwarf, waves, a shining sun. The gigantic squid is devouring the dwarf is devouring the gigantic squid. The dwarf is smeared out into a spiral. The gigantic squid is smeared out into a spiral. The gigantic squid is admiring the dwarf. The dwarf is embracing the gigantic squid. The shining sun is admiring the waves. I'm not going to put a sponge in. I'm not going to do that, YouTube folks. I'm not going to do that. The fortress is already called Squidward. I've got this image in my head and a sponge takes me out of it. What animals are available? Anything fun? Just the normals. I'll make you a statue of a squid person later, YouTube folks. How's that? Maybe if one shows up, volplane. I wouldn't actually... dragons are like 5,000 embark points in adventure mode. So I wouldn't actually have the embark points, even if I wanted to. And even if they were available. Dude, if I get a fucking Sponge Man Monster Hunter, dude's joining the fort immediately. I don't know if you've seen the octopus person, but hold up. That's the octopus man sprite. So, if that ain't a mind flare, I don't know what is. So good. I don't know what kind of animals I want to bring. I'm thinking, why don't we just bring chickens? I haven't done chickens in a while. 4 hens, 1 chick, and 1 chick. Maybe 2 rooster chicks. Hey chat, I have to pee. I would be right back. And I knocked my light over. Well, that's good at my job. Wait. Damn this fucking air splint to my foot, chat. It makes me such a klutz. Such a goddamn klutz. I don't think I'm gonna bring any other livestock. I'm sure we'll get plenty. I have a X-ray scheduled for Monday, so I'll find out sometime next week. Although next week, actually, I won't be streaming Thursday or Friday because I have tickets for a concert that's 3 days. So hopefully I hear back before then. Otherwise, I will be streaming on the Thursday. Whew, I think they're blasting again. There's a big construction site up the street that's doing a lot of tunneling. And whenever they're doing blasting or anything like that, my floor shakes suddenly, and I just felt it. Get rid of those two. I think I'm gonna bring an extra anvil. Actually, no, I can just buy them. It's fine. Don't need those. We're gonna get traders. That's not an issue. I could bring crossbows. I don't know. Is there anything specific you guys think we should bring? Doesn't necessarily need to be useful. Just Tarn working on explosions? Yeah, I'm feeling it all the way over here in British Columbia, Canada. Neither have good voices? What does that have to do with it? How do you know that dwarves don't have good voices? Spears? Well, one, you don't use spears for fishing. And two, I can just make those. Like, I don't need spears at day one. Like, you do know that you don't use spears for fishing, right? Oh, you're talking about Baldur's Gate. Okay, cool. I completely lost the plot there. Maybe. Well, I should get rid of the 15 giant kiwi sweetbread and make sure that these dwarves get a taste for fish, you know? There are no like, literally there is no fishing gear, Twitch chat. There is no fishing gear in this game. I mean, I could bring cages, but like... I might just bring wood. I could also bring a bunch of dimple, or like a bunch of bayberry dye or dimple dye. Although that stuff's ridiculously expensive. Only if you bring different types. Forever Burma. I mean, there's a pretty well-known... Oh, no, they weren't blasting. It was just garbage. It's just garbage day. I'm seeing the garbage truck backing out of my driveway now. I mean, I'm not worried about metal. I mean, we're gonna have tons of gold. And the corner of the map where I'm building has iron. So I'm not worried about that at all, really. But no, one of the OG things is to just bring one of every meat, or like one of every fish, or like one of every cheese, I think was a classic one. Cheese is particularly good because cheese makes really high quality meals. So if you just bring one of every cheese and then just make a bunch of meals, dwarves get really happy right off the bat because they're like, yay, amazing food, blah. Although, to be honest, I think I value extra bags more so than that. Like, I could just bring a bunch of gypsum plaster for casts, for injuries. I have 2 tiles land. Or rather, I mean, yeah, I could just bring logs. Like, that's totally doable. Bring a bunch of bloodthorn or oak or something that looks nice. What, cheese arts? Let us fire cheese out of catapults. No mold? Just dye, only dye. Dye's expensive, but like we could do dye. I'm not against dye. This fort, most of my forts have a lot of dyeing. So honestly, like, that wouldn't be a strange occurrence. That wouldn't be a strange occurrence. Let's do... Maybe not nether cap. It's a bit hard to find. Let's do... Let's do tower cap. We'll do 30 of that for actually being useful. I'll bring some coal, because that'll also be useful. I mean, there's only 2 kinds of sand, though. Well, I mean, they're not 1-point bags. You don't get an individual bag for each sand. But yeah, I could bring sand. Have some glass off the bat. Actually, I'm curious. What is that ingredient that is used to make clear glass? It's not extracts. It's under powders, isn't it? Pearl ash, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, that's 20 points. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. I was gonna say I could start off with some clear glass, but nah, pearl ash too much. Definitely to bring materials for glass. Although I don't really care too much. I'm not. The point here isn't deficiency, it's just kind of what do I want to start with. Also, Silk Dragon in the YouTube chat. To anybody watching on the YouTube side of things specifically, if you would like to see the world that we're playing or the goal, it should all be in the description of the stream. If you're here on Twitch, just type in !! Legends. You'll get links. Where did they put that? Down at the bottom, maybe? 22. 30 gypsum plaster. Why don't we do dimple dye for the rest of it? It's a bunch of extra bags, although I'm not actually getting all that much dye. Just 8 of it. We got 12 points left. Let's bring some goat cheese and be fancy. Spend the last of it on a cave fish. Maybe a clown loach. So I'm not going to allow naming for the starting 7 initially. We're going to read their descriptions, maybe get to know them a wee bit. And then give them nicknames based on that. Pearls. I think Pearl exists, but I don't think pearls exist. Like, I'm pretty sure Forgotten Beasts and Demons and Titans can be made of pearl, but I don't think pearls. Like, I don't think you can, like, get pearls out of, you know, shellfish. So, chat, yesterday we generated worlds for 8.5 hours. It was a 10-hour stream, but about an hour and a half of that was babbling. So we'll say 8.5 hours. So far today, I've been streaming Dwarf Fort for 3.5 hours. Because OBS disconnected randomly, so I've actually been streaming for 4.5. But it was a total of like 11 hours for me to click embark. What time is it? What emote do we have to post? I think chat knows. If you're in the YouTube chat, can I get a bunch of pickaxes? If you're on Twitch, should strike the earth with a pick. It's time to go. It's time to embark. You have arrived. After an admittedly extremely long journey, from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. I roll Domoth. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the dingo men get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Gongeth Zalis. Squidward. Strike the earth. We did it, chat. We did it. Now we just have to wait for the game to finish processing the map. There we go. We're up to 60. Let's see what walked in. We got a sturgeon. Look at that boy. Look at him. I mean, of course, I also would be extremely confident in myself if I was a sturgeon. We've got octopodes. Just a normal octopus, of course. And of course, the admittedly very pixelated needs an updated sprite. Giant squid. Or as they call it here, gigantic squid. I do really like the icon for it, though. It's got a great affinity for language and an amazing spatial sense. A great analytical abilities and a feel for social relationships. I bet. I like how they have tentacle clubs. Do not take me to a show at the Tentacle Club. I need to stay very far away from that place. It was terrible what happened the last time. It's a BB, yeah. So I would like to know. Region pops, list, all. So theoretically, we could discover cuttlefish men, bunch of beavers and beaver people. I'm sorry, Element Man Fire? That's kind of crazy. Theoretically, we could find merlins, self-in mollies, opas, ratfish, spotted, bat rays, thornback rays, salmon, seahorse, shad, skates, sole, sturgeon, sunfish, swordfish. Sunfish are cool, by the way. They're like huge. Bluefin tuna, steelheads, sperm whales, sponges, orcas, octopus, nautilus, moon snails, cuttlefish. Theoretically, nautilus and nautilus people, octopus and octopus people, sharks. That doesn't mean they'll actually show up. So the first thing I would like to do from here actually is save. Let's do a quick save. They just call them gigantic, but they're giant squids. Is always what I've heard them referred to as in real life. I know they're called gigantic squids. Like, technically, but giant squid is easier to say. But giant has specific connotations in Dwarf Fortress, so it's good that it's specific. Of the orca ramming the sunfish and it explodes was brutal. Jesus, I have not seen that video. That's distressing. Orcas are terrifying, man. I like my favorite is just like, you know, the orcas like destroying fishing vessels, like fighting fishing vessels for food, like is crazy. Like just the roaming gangs of goddamn orcas is one of my favorite things about the ocean. Like orcas figuring out how to like destroy fishing vessels. Okay, so at the bottom of this ocean, which is all the way over here, we've got deep sea clay, and I think deep sea sand as well. There's limestone. Yeah, there's the sand, the ooze. So this goes down to layer minus 43 from minus 1. So, who's our expedition leader? Ezum, my appraiser. Bolt Eagles. Has a strong tendency towards privacy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Can handle stress. Has an active imagination. Does not often feel lustful. Is quick to anger. Tends to be passive in discussions. What kind of trees do we have? Good almonds, pears, apricots. Ooh, oak. Lovely. Oak. Oak. Almond. I'm going to hack down some oak trees. Is what I'm going to do. Got ratweed. Got hemp. Ooh, we could get a hemp industry up and running, chat. Make some hemp clothing. I've got a horse that pulled the wagon. 2 horses what pulled the wagon. Oh. Hide tutorials, please. And I'm going to get a pen and pasture up here real quick. Just to get the animals out of the way. This seems like a dangerous place for the wagon to be. And if I swap to ASCII real quick, you can see just how far the waves are going. So we should be able to dig down over here. But I think it's probably wiser for us to go a little bit closer to the middle of the map. So I think that's what we'll do. Let's do a little channel right there and dig out the middle of that once all the livestock is brought up. And I'm going to throw my 2 dwarves onto mining, which means you're going to go finish pen pasturing this and go start digging. Soggy wagon, we call it the swaggin for short. Does seawater splashing on them make them happy? No, it's not considered mist. It's considered, well, okay. It's a different kind of mist. I've tried. It doesn't seem to make them happy in the times that I've tried. Like, from my testing, it doesn't. Like, it's called mist, but it's not mist. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's mist, but it's not mist. Can't believe it's not mist. What about butter? Oh, we're in an ad break. I'll pause. During the ad break, let's at least get something useful on the screen. So our expedition leader, chat, has a strong tendency towards privacy, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, can handle stress, has an active imagination, and does not often feel lustful. He is quick to anger, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he likes to brawl. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something. He's a member of the Doctrines of Sanctuary, worshipping Zudan Cathrifot Ekast. What is that? How do you spell that? I can't see it in OBS, it's too small. Z-U-D-E-N. Oh, wrong screen. It's a dwarf deity. That deity that he worships is the deity of fortresses. Doesn't seem to have cursed anybody, so that's good. It's quite popular. It's associated with several different religious groups. The one that this dwarf is a part of is the Doctrine of Sanctuary. The Doctrine of Sanctuary has the holy cover. Well, obviously they're covering their asses, you know what I'm saying? Only really exists in our faction. It seems to be a pretty small religion. Very small religion, actually. Yeah, they're definitely doing some construction. I can see my monitor vibrating a little bit. You wish you were a kid. There was a group of boys roving around in a big ol' SUV that had Swaggin' Wagon sprayed on it. Yikes. That's all I can say to that in genuine good faith. So chat, if you guys can think of nicknames for these dwarves, these starting 7, as they complete tasks, let me know. Let me know. The Misery of the Mist. The Mist of Misery sounds like something Lovecraftian. I actually can't remember if there was an aquifer here. There might not be. I know there is one under the ocean, but I don't actually know about this side. Salty 7. Salty 7 is my Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs themed sea shanty band. I don't know what that reference is. Or why that's of significance, I guess, Snail. Sea monster. Yeah. I mean, we could just call the founder, the expedition leader, like the ward. Or the warden. The ward of the outpost. Or maybe the... Whoops. Oh, okay, right, yeah. If we catch a whale, we're naming it Moby Dick, right? The Duke of Sardines. He's not a duke. That would be stolen valor, I think. We're impersonating a noble of higher rank than thee. So, the other question that I have, should I limit my population in this fort? Because this is about fishing. Salty salmon hands. Salty salmon hands, eh? Calamari. Cowabunga. Moby Dick was a scientist? Yeah, but it's about a whale. So true story, I tried to read Moby Dick. Moby? Well, bringing that coal with me was a waste. Look what we found, chat. We found lignite. ×4. That's exciting, actually. Is there more lignite or just right there? Oh man, we can do some stuff with glass. We can do some stuff with glass. Puffins, that sounds like a drug euphemism. I think I'm gonna go one deeper. Also, I'm fully expecting to not find the caverns in this fort. These dwarves can party. I mean, we're a port city. We gotta keep a bunch of bored sailors happy, right? I also need to make, like, the SS Eurist or something and build a, like a boat-themed tavern on the shoreline. 100% needs to happen. The last time I did that was... when I followed one dwarf for 10 years. So it's been a while. That is significantly too square and also too large. I'm gonna have to do some work on this for a second here. So give us a nice little open space, but let's just tweak this a wee bit more. This will give us plenty of space to start building. I was kind of going for like a deep sea snail. Can I make it look like an at? I mean, that kind of already looks like an at. I was kind of thinking more like a snail with like a little hallway leading up to it, because you do want a little bit of a hallway. That's a bit silly looking. Something like that, maybe? The Follow the Dwarf for 10 years was the first video you saw of mine. That one did... That one had a weirdly long tail, but was pretty quiet out the gate. Hold up. I'm not making Gary the Snail, but any relations to Gary the Snail is completely incidental. Please don't sue me, Nickelodeon. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this out, but I'm going to put a different colored flooring right there so it looks like a snail. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. It's not centered and you're upset about it, but are you like getting what I'm trying to make here now? It's like supposed to be like a bubble with a snail in it. Like it's not, if it's just a perfectly symmetrical shape, it just looks weird to me. But like this, it's got a little bit more of a neutral function. So I'm actually going to increase the priority on a little bit of this just to 3 and just go chunk up to there and then zoop over to here and then blop over to there. And what I want them to do is dig over to that, which they should get done pretty quick. Actually, let's just hotkey this real quick. Where is it actually? It's like layer 16, right? It's right here. You will hotkey you to F2, and let's go whoop up to here, and then zup that, so I can fill that up quicker than anything else. So they're working on that down at the bottom. And I'm going to go to jobs and subtract other jobs from them. And let's just make a literal everything stockpile over here. Just everything. Just put everything there because I want to get it away from the edge here. I also want to get these fish put away. I posted a link to it on my Discord, or not Discord, YouTube channel this morning. So far. Yes, I have. Actually, I'm curious how many people have seen it. I haven't actually looked at my YouTube channel today aside from turning the stream on. See what people think. Yeah, it's got 335 likes on my YouTube channel, so people are... It's certainly helping. How many comments does it have? 21 comments? Yeah, I posted it right here. There's a non-zero chance I'll try using something like it, but... I hope people... What I really would like to see is I would like to see this person... I realize this is me asking them to release their work, but it would be really cool if they could release a template, basically. Like, these are all the sprites you need, save it as this format, and it'll work, kind of thing. Because, like, that's, I think, one of the reasons there was so many tile sets before, is there was just a lot of resources for other people to make additional tile sets for it. Has anybody here tried the hewn tile set? My plan actually, Maximus, you were going to ask me about it yesterday. Several people asked me about it yesterday, yeah. My plan... Wait, did you make it, Sarfar? Why are you telling me thanks? I think my plan for this weekend is, for those of you who don't know... Oops, actually, let's not put rocks on this. Everything but rocks. I'll put those separate. For those of you who don't know, I am actively working on an interview, which I don't think many people will see, but I'm actively working on an interview with Simon and Dabu, the primary composers and musicians on the soundtrack, because I've interviewed both of them off stream. So I'm actively working on that. But around that, there's 2 other videos that I kind of have in the planning phase that are smaller projects than the big videos. I've just had a really rough mental month, so my ability to edit and be productive outside of streaming has been minimal recently. But what I really want to do is I want to do a video. This is just like a title, but like it'll give you an idea. It's basically just like, or like a working title, I guess. But like, what is magic and what will it actually do? Like what has Tarn talked about publicly? What has been released? And like what are we actually going to see? I want to do something like that. And I'm thinking we might almost be at the point now where I can make a video of, is that a squid? Ha! We got raw squid. We might also be at the point now where I can make a video talking about tile sets, because I'm aware of 2 conversion tile sets. One of them isn't finished, and then there's hewn. If there's more that you guys know of, you just stick them on the Discord, or yell at me, and I'll stick them in the Discord. But you want to get back into Dwarf Fort, maybe above ground, since all of yours have been in the mountains and underground so far. If you want to have a easier time of it, Silk, do not settle in Untamed Wilds if you're planning to build above ground. All right, it seems like the fish are leaving. We are converting to burbs. Goodbye, octopus. If you're leaving. Unless you're not. Wait, you're caught in conflict? With what? Probably a sturgeon, right? Eh. Yikes. Giant birds. See how that digging is going? I'm so happy about this Lignite. Holy shit. I'm going to place a stoneworker shop. We also have chalk from the looks of things. And I'm also going to throw in a fishery. You like how green the grass is here? I mean, we actually have grass on this fort. The last fort didn't have grass. I mean, that's why I'm saying for Fovar Burma. I said this last week as well. I'm going to say it again, which is the future of tile sets for Dwarf Fortress isn't ASCII tile sets anymore. it's fake ASCII tile sets with the graphics turned on. That's my genuine opinion. That's my take. Because essentially like simplified graphics tiled sets that just don't use as many of the layering options. That is the way forward as far as I'm concerned. Simply for the reason that you can have square ASCII if you just have a fake ASCII tile set. Similar to what like Caves of Cud did with their ASCII when they converted to Unity. It's just the more viable way to go. If you're downloading it, you want the original Wolf. It gives you the ASCII aesthetic without the square limitations, and it also lets you have UI that doesn't do this. And it also lets you have icons for the UI because, I don't know about you, the only one that's discernible here is the pick. Like, genuinely, it's the only one that's, like, makes sense at a glance to me. Well, I've already got rotten anchovies. Off to a good start. Did I typo expedition? Thanks for pointing that out. I said this earlier and I'll say it again. No, they do not, I don't think. Or rather, they never have in the past. It always is a little odd to me as to why they don't get happy thoughts from Ocean Spray, but they don't. Like, there's something different about it. My theory is the salt. I'm just going to make a quick crafts dwarf shop. I'm just going to make some wood cups. Oh, I see. I'm putting an extra I in there. Spelling it like epidemic, almost. Can you tell that I failed English? I've said this before, and I find it funny, personally, that I genuinely learned to read music before I learned to read just in general. Making 6 wooden cups. That should be plenty. Ah. Rip Squidward. Found an aquifer. Although that's good. Because it means that we can have some water here. I wonder if I can make a drain around it and make that into a farming area. Does means fresh waters, yes. Yeah, as water is not falling, mist generator gives a water. I think like it does. Okay, so favorite Burma in YouTube chat says my theory is that water is not falling. I think that the game just discerns the difference between waves causing spray, even though they're both called mist, and water falling causing spray. It could also just be salt water doesn't provide happy thoughts. It could be that simple because like pumps purify water. So it could be that simple. It could be just that simple. Also channel up. I don't think there's any science that really can or needs to be done there. Because a second... I mean, actually, you could just dump a bucket of water full of ice or seawater, and that'll teach you in a second. Okay, so I'm just going to make a food stockpile, right? Oops, wrong tool. How did I get that one selected? This is just going to be an everything food stockpile. Just like that, and go up to here. Where? There. Let's go food. Make that one. Just get them moving that stuff down. And let's actually set that to stop being given to. So they're going to stop bringing stuff to this stockpile, even though I'm sure that there's still stuff in here that needs to be put away. Yeah, mostly wood. Wood, a shit ton of coal, and a few other things. That's fine. I've never seen a freshwater lake with waves. Actually, no. Maybe I have seen freshwater lakes with waves. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I have. I feel like I haven't, but maybe I have. Okay, so something I immediately need to queue up is, pro tip, if you have less than 20 dwarves, you don't need an office for your manager. So I'm going to make Kickroast the Mason my manager. And I'm just going to go here, this, and just type in Shell Crafts. I'm not even going to specify type of shell. I'm just going to say, if there's enough unrotten body part, make shell crafts. But it has to be greater than 10. We'll just leave it like that. Because we got muscles. And muscle shells. Shell armor? I mean, what would I make out of shell? Can make gems. I don't really want to make armor out of it, but I guess I could. I guess I could. Yeah, I've always thought that. There was a running joke for a bit there where shell leggings were schleggings. Channel seawater into an underground waterfall used to do that before mist generators. It's just got to be because they're waves. Like I'm. That is my theory. Is waves just don't cause mist. They've got to be programmed slightly differently. That's all it's got to be. Sounds good enough. Well, I mean, crafts will sell for something. Also, just gonna go to Fisher Dwarves. Maybe not you, Feth. But those two can go start fishing. This is the most Fisher Dwarves I have had in, I don't know, not ever, but very long time. Very long time. Isn't this unlimited food? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, not for booze, but... Dwarf Fortress doesn't have reefs. Fun fact. It's been on the to-do list for forever. For Tarn, but... Even though coral is something that Forgotten Beasts can be made out of, same with pearl. But we are deep enough to be a reef. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Saw an interesting fish for a second there. We are also going to have to do battle with these giant burbs. These guys. Which I wonder. But birds here seem stuck. Oh, no, they are moving. Aren't they supposed to just, like, flap across the map? I guess birds are still fucky. You know, honestly, my issue with Fisher Dwarves is mostly just I find it to be too easy of a source of food, and you can't cancel their jobs. I don't actually dislike Fisher Dwarves. I just make a big deal out of it because I think it's funny. Like, truly, that is all it is. I don't actually despise fishing dwarves. I just like making jokes about it. I don't know what that Pokemon is, but probably. They're both just birds. Birds tend to kind of... I know this might sound like a crazy concept. Sound like birds and look like birds. It's one of those Pokemon that's just a big bird, so that tracks. I mean, the only one that I'm aware of is Zapdos. Got a Brook Lamprey. So we're gonna need to get bedrooms in here. We're gonna need to get beds down here. We're gonna need to get all this stuff hauled down here. Gonna need to get some storage set up. I think I should just brew all of the plump helmets as well. Yeah, I think that's something that we'll do. At least once all this stuff is dug out. Back when the zombie muscle shells could wreck the fort. I think that might actually be outside of my realm of experience. Gleno. I think for me it was mostly just playing on evil maps. Not specifically muscle shells or zombie muscles or anything, but like playing on evil maps and having dwarves going outside and fishing and then just dying immediately to something random. Like, I mean, I always go back to the to the description of that dwarf that I named, that the person really wanted them to be a fish dwarf. I said, you're not going to live very long if you're a fish dwarf, and they said that's fine, and read the description, was following them. They walked outside and started fishing in the creek, and then a giant tick appeared above it, killed it, and dragged the dwarf's corpse into a tree, or the dwarf ended up in a tree, like they jumped or something, and they were dead after that. Do I have any tips and guides on how to build outdoors? Probably not anything you don't know already. I mean, the most efficient way to build outdoors is to just simply, like, click, drag a square, select your material, and then build floors, and then click, drag, go up one, select your material, and then you already have the roof and everything queued up, and then all you need to do is put in a door, and it'll stick to the same material that you've selected, and then put a ramp, and they'll build the roof. Or, like, you could do, if you want to be fancy, you could do like a this, and go up one instead, and then go to the floor down here, and then just click and drag in the middle, and then click this piece of floor, and then go up two. Select all of them, and then delete the one in the middle. And then, like, it's all queued up already. That's basically all I got. I mean, you could do that too. It's just then you're doing it in steps instead of queuing it up all at once. Do remember when I used DF hack dioxinus? Anyway, in YouTube chat, when I use DF hack, I do have all of the scripts disabled because I don't like it when the game plays itself for me, but it is a useful thing to have running. I mean, I've designated, like, entire towers with the exception of diagonals all at once. He eventually got pulping out of it. Do shells still zombify? I think like a large part of the reason why I never messed with shells is just having, or fishing. Another reason why I never enjoyed messing with fishing is just due to the fact that they create so much trash. Like the amount of fucking mussel shells you have to deal with is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Can you extend towers or just shrink them as they go up? I don't understand the question. You can't like I can't go 5 layers up and designate a layer for off of nothing that's been built. So you have to do it like all in one circular designation. So designate it and then cut it down. Pit to lava for all the shells. Well, I mean, we're gonna make shell crafts, but they are virtually worthless. They're such low value. Like you have to make shell crafts and then decorate the shell crafts with shells and gems to make them worth anything. I've given you all the tips that I'm capable of giving you. I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question, Zalvi. Chat might be able to help though. Certainly, once you've built it, you can expand it. But I mean, obviously, you could make a bigger zone, but you have to designate from a layer that's already accessible up. And I guess you don't generally play on resurrecting maps, Clino. It's like Dioxness. Dioxness. I made it there. I figured it out, I think. They'll be like, nope, you screwed up now. I'll be like, damn it. Okay, let's make 10 hatch covers, that's fine. And for the hatch covers, let's make those specifically out of rock salt. How about that? My manager will immediately do stuff without an office. Lazy managers. They don't need an office to queue stuff up until they do. I guess he just decided to do it himself. That's totally fair. I'm also going to make, oh, I guess I just don't have any empty food storage items. I could make a rock pot. Yeah, we could make rock pots. Let's move the craft shop down here. Deconstruct that. And just do rock pot. Oops. Make those out of conglomerate. Let's make, I don't know, 25. Sure. You're becoming dabbling fish cleaners. Why are you getting into an argument? Are you arguing about whether or not fish is good? I wonder who the second most popular god is. What else do we have? The Fatal Denomination. God of Death, bet. Yep, God of Death. Nar is the god of death. Well, good for you. Nar is the one the manager worships. Nar is the one the miner worships. Uh-oh. How about the other miner? Also worships Nar. How about Id? Worships Titan Doren. Who's that? What that? Titan the Diamond is the god of mountains. Ah. The vanilla god of vanilla. Who I think, this is so we got the god of fortresses, the god of mountains, and then the god of death, I think. Let me double check, though. Historical figures. Nar. I'm kind of upset, actually, because I typed it in wrong the first time, and I got a giant polar bear. Anyway, Sphere of Death. God of Death. The Dead Sect. That sounds like a band I've seen. Lovely. Well, I mean, what is death if not the ocean, you know? I'm sure Werner Herzog would agree. Something, something, death and suffering. It's ugly. It's terrifying. Blah. I hate it. It just wants to consume me by existential dread and crisis. And moving on. Making a conglomerate pot. Goal. Neck paw. Close, but goal. Do you tell people to call you Dino Crisis? I mean, yeah, you do have a dino in your name. That's true. So I will open up naming of dwarves when we get our first migrant wave chat. I want to see something. Okay, so the aquifer is there as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to channel up in here. Using ramps, I'm going to channel up and into this. What I'm going to do a layer above is I'm going to build floors into here. And floor it off. Because the water is going to come down pretty thick and fast. But thankfully, it's a light aquifer. Then I'm going to floor off the top. And what that's going to result in is me no longer having an aquifer up in here. My Twitch chat is generally more active, Dionyxus. The preference for me is kind of moot. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. You watch wherever is most convenient for you. But if you want faster responses, the Twitch chat is busier 99.8% of the time, so it's the one I look at more. It's the one I have set bigger, because the way YouTube's designed, it's a lot more common for people to passively watch. Like, you know, with chat closed, or watch on a TV, or, you know, it doesn't necessarily incentivize as long viewing times, so people don't stick around as much, so I don't often get to know as many people in the chat. While there is some chat in the YouTube side, and I do respond to it, if you want faster responses from me, Twitch is the better place to be. That being said, you watch wherever's more convenient. I'll be here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this in like this. It actually doesn't matter what type of blocks I use as long as they are blocks. We'll just let them build that. I'm just going to fill this all in. It's going to dump some water down. That's fine. And then this is going to become a little water reservoir. And I'll figure out what to do with it later. And we have our full open space. I can smooth this back wall. I can figure out what to do with it later too. So that'll stop draining from there. Filling this in will give us a little reservoir. I will... I don't know what I'll do with this. I could actually... Ooh, you know what I could do? I could put a trapdoor on it and allow it to be drainable. I don't know. What do you think? Should I put a trapdoor in here? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I think I will put a trapdoor on it. I'm just going to go down here and make a real quick mechanic shop. I need 3 mechanisms. Just 3 of them. I'm also going to go up to the surface. Except get rid of these because I don't actually need the ones on the lower level. I just want the ones on the upper level for aesthetics. And I'll put those up there. You're constructing stuff. Also, I'm going to go to one of my miners and remove that. I'm also going to remove one of my fishers for the... Oopsies, no, not that. I'm going to remove one of my fishers for the time being. Nope, I keep clicking the wrong button. That's the button I wanted. 1, because I already got 50 fish. 2, because I need other tasks completed at the moment. Got other priorities here. Put a wall under it. I was just going to build, like, a trapdoor up here, and then put the trapdoor there, connect that to a lever, and then build, like, a little wall around the base and put a door in it. So it's accessible, but, like, not super accessible. Like, they don't really need to access it. Is kind of what I was thinking. Although I am going to need a little office down here. A little tunnel. I could also, like, set this up so that it's a little river. Like, there's a lot of different options that I have here. And you're smoothing that up. I could also just kind of ignore it for a bit and just let it drain. It's also an option. It's a snail with a trail, I think is what you mean. A very slow mist generator? Certainly. Well, no, not a very slow, actually. No, I think like having a little reservoir of water that I could use for other things in the future is maybe more valuable, at least for the minute. Because I don't know if it's going to be one layer higher, although there's no actual aquifer right here. What if I go up one here? I just want to see what's above it. I also need to set this back down. Because if there's like water access up here, I could throw... let's actually go 2 up. Because like if it's accessible up here, then yeah, I kind of actually do want it to be utilized as a well. Did I run out of rocks? Okay, now we're just making them slowly. How fares the whale farming? Currently there's just giant wrens on the map because they don't like to leave. But we've seen an octopus, we've seen a sturgeon, and I can't remember what the other one was, but there was another fish. We've had an octopus and a sturgeon, and there was something else. Oh, a giant squid. You just know that you're completely crowdfunded and AFIK if you want to do your part. I mean, I'll put it this way. Dioxness. Dioxness. I'm just going to call you Dio. If the concern is like, where do I make the most money? It's Twitch by a factor of 10. But at the same time, if you want to support the stream financially, it doesn't really matter where you're watching, as long as you're watching. If you if you're talking about like throwing money at the stream, I make a higher cut from Twitch. If you're talking about like wanting to fund the stream, my blog or direct tips are the best ways to do that on paper. And outside of that, if it's just a which one helps me more, they're both helpful, frankly. Watch on both if you really want to help, but watch wherever's more convenient for you. But just because of the algorithmic nature of YouTube, it is much harder to have consistent viewership. I do have a Patreon, but I promote the blog above the Patreon because my blog, literally all I have to pay is Stripe fees, which is like nothing. Whereas Patreon's like, we want to take 15%. It's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck's the point then? Like, I don't want your goddamn video hosting service or live streaming service. I'm good. That doesn't benefit me. It's not helpful. I do also have a coffee, yes. I have a Streamlabs, but my blog's the best place to do it. I also need to update that command, Nick. But yeah, if you have YouTube Premium, that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Just being active and hanging out and chatting is all I really ask for. That and Prime subs. Which I will continue to call them that even though Twitch has renamed what they're called. Because now they're Prime Gaming subscriptions. Which, no they're not. They're Prime subs. Stop being silly, Twitch. We're just making rock blocks now. I can jump up to the surface. Actually gonna set this to F3. Actually, maybe I will set, oopsies, this to F1. Let's go right to you. Throw a bunch of hatches in. The actual, like, crazy thing about this fort, chat, is the fact that it took me 12 hours to embark. But we've embarked. So, out of curiosity, how many of you have installed that new tile set and or Legends viewer in the past few days? Because something that I got a lot of yesterday was, you've made me generate the first world in X number of weeks. Maybe doing the really, really long embark process, while it'll probably annoy some people, is probably maybe not a bad way to do embarks, because it seems to get people invested. Ramps need to be 3 wide, even in corners, at all times for wagons. They need to be ramps, and they need to be at least 3 wide. "12 hours ain't much." That's true, Fukiro. That's true. Kind of hopeful that they'll bring me some livestock sooner than later, or as part of like the first or second caravan, because if they do, then I can very easily or rather some dogs or some sort of livestock like that, because then I could train them for hunting, start going after those wrens, although they'll probably just kill them. Quick reference is great. Yeah. We'll see what we get. We got a pony! Excellent. Just what I needed. Also, chat. If you know, you know. I've pushed the button. Pony. Chat, this is a migrant wave, and so far we've gotten a pony, a reindeer, and a donkey. And a duck. Okay, finally! You are starting to make me nervous. Legendary clother? Legendary clother, hey? That is such a sus dwarf. Nope, he's a real dwarf. He's a dwarf. Was a bard at one point, it looks like. Prefers to work alone after he denied apprenticeship, but then began an apprenticeship anyway. The same year. Moved to lash cells. But who's buying? Lytast is infatuated with him. Interesting dwarf. Seems sus, but isn't. You just want a fisher dwarf. All right. Do you want Meng? Or Id or Fath? He's just overqualified. Yeah, I guess. It's one of those Disney cross-country adventures, pretty much, yeah. But which one stands out? Meng is fine? Okay. Necron tier, the first named dwarf in the fort. Also, YouTube chat, the first person to put 3 fish emoji can name something. Dwarf or other thing. I have to burp. She is obsessed with order and structure in her life, with everything kept in its proper place. She does not find most jokes humorous and doesn't generally think before acting. She tends to not reveal personal information. She is very humble and doesn't often feel envious of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and lives a fast-paced life. She occasionally can overindulge. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Suited. Am I naming you did, or somebody else did? Consider a dwarf named Michael Bay. Why don't we name the ocean Michael, and then it can be Michael's Bay? She needs alcohol to get through the working day and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees merrymaking as a waste and values artwork and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as much of importance. You had a school principal with Meng as the last name? Really? Was that school principal a dwarf? She dreams of raising a family. She likes Periclase and bismuth, bronze, praise opal, as well as jute fabric, and the color white. 6-sided prisms, low boots, rabbits for their ears, tick men for their ability to expand in the words of the page of crystal. And the sound of the russet tresses, when possible, prefers to consume giant hyena, macadamia nuts, and hates leeches. Jagna? What would you like to name? Needs lens flare? Now that's... Lens flare is more of a J.J. Abrams, right? YouTube chat? Whereas, like, Michael Bay is explosions. Who am I naming Michael Bay? And not Michael May. Honestly, I feel like Barnacle would be a better name if you're just going to name somebody for the sake of naming them. But, I mean, hey, you do you. That or like the Bay of Fundy or something. Usually very nice, except when he caught us smoking in the street before school. That's fair, though. Like, honestly, like, if a principal's going to be a dick about anything, I would say being a dick about you smoking outside the school is maybe one of the few things. Despite, even if you're old enough. Like, I don't know. I give adults that I know a hard time about smoking sometimes. Generally in good fun, though. Well, you're definitely, like, jumping the shark a little bit on that one, Suited Giraffe. But, Jogna, what dwarf would you like to name? Or would you like to name an animal? Or something else? Same with you, Suited. Pick a Rooney. This is the coolest principal you had ever had. That's good. So we've got a dibs on the brewer. The brewer is now you got into an argument almost immediately, and he's dwelling on it. But he did make a friend somehow. He's very quick to anger, prone to hatreds, develops negative feelings, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive sentiments. Generally, rarely, feels discouraged, and has a greedy streak. He tends to avoid physical confrontations and works to spread his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. So you're a hateful, grumpy person who doesn't confront stuff but respects martial prowess. Got it. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and it generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Snaps his fingers repeatedly when he's nervous, probably, and often greets others with a hug, but hates them. And it's all called to get through the working day. It's like he's actively shouting at somebody while hugging them. No, you're wrong. I do not agree with this while hugging them. Personally views pursuit of knowledge as deeply important, finds introspection to be a waste of time. Wait, what? And dreams of creating art. Likes tin, blue jade, as well as avocado wood, and the color mint green. The sound of the inky tummies, yuck. And the sight of the heliotrope, Lute's mother. It's like a Stacy's mom situation. When possible, prefers to consume giant raccoon and wine, not giant raccoon wine. You're a member of the Turquoise Fellowship worshipping Tatan, which is, I think, the god of mountains? Okay. Suited. Could be the manager. The director, if you will. To me, Michael May is just funnier. But if you insist, I don't really know what your obsession with Michael Bay is. Recently, speaking of directors of films, I think I'm about to embark on a pretty deep Michael Mann binge, because I watched Thief a couple days ago. Really enjoyed it. I think I'm going to watch Collateral next, because I've never seen that. I've seen Heat, I've seen Thief, and I've seen Ferrari. Those are the Michael Mann movies I've seen. If anybody has recommendations, feel free to shout. I hate the lack of hugs. Fun fact, I've not been hugged this year. And I can actually say that. You loved Collateral? Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Public Enemies? I listened to Public Enemy last year. Clout Orbs? That's a funny name. He is quick to anger, dislikes helping others, is quick to form negative views about things, rarely feels discouraged, and tends to think before acting. He's somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He is quite ambitious and could be considered rude. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has an active imagination and idly chews his lips when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. But you didn't like it, that's fair. No, it's not. Quit living a lie. Suited. Quit living a lie. I quite liked, well, when it comes to Michael Bay movies, I liked the concept of ambulance. I didn't like that movie. I quite like Bad Boys and Bad Boys 2. Those movies are fun. I mean, I can understand the snapping the fingers nervously thing, because like I sometimes do this, like not like I'm snapping along with somebody, but just like or something, but like just idly like fiddling with your fingers. This dwarf personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Dreams of raising a family and likes borax and lead and ruby and amber and death puppet. Death puppet. Death puppet parchment. What? And shields, backpacks, and cardinal men for their coloration. The sight of the fabulous satin and when possible prefers to consume bush tit, giggity, and black bullhead, and custard apple cider, and hates moon snails. You worship Nar, the god of death. What the fuck is a death puppet? How do I even look that up? Can I look that up? There's no historical figures that are death puppets. Yeah, I'm not seeing any easy way to look up what the hell a death puppet is. Let me just do this. It's a feather humanoid with a twisting jointed trunk. It bears malodorous pustules? I don't know what that means. Those are words. Its black feathers are long and broad. It was created by the dwarven goddess Ostub. Larval spittles, the lurid, and is part with death, disease, and deformity. Is that an angel? Fun. That has to be an angel, right? It's like an angel of death and infection, basically. Are you calling me Anakin? Sorry, I'm blocking a chunk of it, but... He likes parchment made from death angel skin. You edgy son of a fuck. Wow. Okay, well, are you hooked up? No, not yet. Let's link you up. Go back up to where the migrants were arriving. Wait a wee bit. Got ourselves a competent hammer, Dwarf. You notable? Oh, you must be. Look at you. You've also got a wife who hasn't arrived yet. Well, that's lovely. You got 2 lovers, a wife, and a child. Your wife's a mace dwarf. Why do you have combat skills? Easily stressed and stubborn. Why are you a military dwarf then? What about you? Depression prone, overbearing, distrustful. Developed empathy, high willpower, impatient, high kinesthetic sense. This dwarf does seem like a decent military dwarf, though. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's often envious of others. Forms deep emotional bonds with others. She's made an artifact? Bent mines. Interesting. Another one with combat skill. Values hard work and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes tumult. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord. Likes a little excitement. I'm going to grab that beardy dwarf and set you as my militia commander. But actually, I'm also going to swap in Baikel May as the militia commander, because he's got the tactics skill. Set Adil as the manager. Libash, I think. Negotiator, Intimidator, Persuader. As my broker. And the ward can be the bookkeeper. Which means I'm going to need a few offices. But your husband, well, you are going to join the military. Yuzol, right there. Let's watch the rest of them crawl in. These are big families. Look at that. Got a puppy. Married to my broker. What skills do you have? Legendary Bonecarver? Oof. Interesting faction this is. What's up, Sudelawek? It's always fun getting your first migrant waves in a new world, because you learn so much about what the hell is going on in the rest of the world just from that. Just from that. Like, it doesn't take a lot. You learn so much. Uh-oh. Why are you locked? Let's pull this. And actually, I'm going to just re-enable this as a fill it up, because we actually have enough people now. Let's just get all this stuff moved. I'm also going to go over to here. Assign all the new animals to it, except for the puppy. That can just go anywhere. Had a necromancer. That's not too uncommon. It's not too uncommon. I don't think fish give bones, do they? Can you craft any? Outside of like bigger fish that need to be cage trapped and put into aquariums, I don't think you can get fish bones. This is where I'm going to farm. At least off the bat. Okay, let's get that filled in. Hey, Ryder, and how's things? Okay, genuine question here. Why you no dig up? There you go. Please go dig up. I need to see what's above this. Okay, still aquifers. And still aquifers. But you use this as an excuse to dig through all this coal. And what I could do is channel those up and make this into a well. Because we're going to need a fresh water source. And this is likely going to be a good place for that. Because this is all just going to fill up pretty quick. This down here will dry up pretty quick as well. Let's just channel through that. And up here, you're just standing there. I'm just going to real quick make a meeting zone right here. Just a undesignated meeting zone so they have somewhere to go. Oh, shit. Like, why isn't this working? Because I'm dumb, that's why. Great. Well, fuck. Okay. How about I destroyed the stairs. So, okay, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna let him out the top over here, and I'm gonna close this. And we're gonna call this well drain. Because that's not that much water. The worst case scenario is it just kind of does a little flooding. Just a little bit of flooding. I don't feel like rebuilding over it. But Ryder, how you doing today? How's things, man? Coolette, there's history. A story of a dwarf who apparently could not keep a relationship to save their life. Coolette? Is it worthy of a nickname? Like Coolette the Lustful or something? I mean, he's married. I understand that he's also... Does he have a lover? I don't see any. No, just... Like, if it's this dwarf that you're referring to. It's just funny. Did he just like go through a lot? Major problem. My leg is itchy. I gotta adjust my air cast because my foot is itchy. Big problem. Okay, much better. Sudelawek as well. Hello. Also, feel free to link people, Elder. So I threw out the rando, kind of not well thought out idea of setting up a, let's just make a temple to nothing. Ooh, temple to nothing or a fish dwarf's guild? Temple to nothing. But I threw out the not even remotely thought out idea earlier of... Let's see this bum carver. Because, like, we're hosting Legends. Like, Legends is public. You can go look at it. Would you use and update and edit or be willing to help edit a wiki based on these worlds? Would that be interesting to you, chat? Because that would only be useful if people were interested in taking part in something like that. Because I wouldn't be against it, but... Oh, I see. Got into a relationship, broke up, became lovers, broke up, became... I mean, they had a pretty long relationship from 29 to 44. That's a pretty long relationship. That's pretty good. I don't know. What I want to know is why they all have combat skills. Like, that's the crazy part. I guess he did get married and divorced a few times. Became lovers. Yeah, lots of lovers. Apparently he's funny. Wants to start a family. He's not very good at it. How do we make a wiki? You're terrible at committing to updating anything. Yeah, I mean, like that's just the issue, right? How do you get dwarves to use guilds? Most of them are functionally empty in the fortress. Well, they prioritize the highest value one. But if I make a guild to carpentry, there's only one dwarf who knows carpentry. If I make a guild to animal trainers, no dwarves, no animal trainers. But if there's one dwarf with a skill in that guild, so example, like fish dwarf's guild, right? If I make a fish dwarf, the buried wind, and you, by default, only members of the guild can visit. So by default, only fisher dwarves will visit this guild. If I click this button, citizens only, anybody can visit that guild. And they'll go there to socialize, but nothing will really happen. However, that fisher dwarf can then go to this guild and teach fishing, which teaches that dwarf the teaching skill and teaches every dwarf in this guild fishing. So why don't I make this, and we'll see if it gets stuff done. Can you be a militia dwarf? I've got one unnamed militia dwarf who's this. Do you just want your username or something else? He's a big fan of that hatch, by the way. Diabetic Stoner is Rampart Scarred. He is relentless drive, consumed by ambition, lacks confidence in his abilities. He's not careful with resources when working on projects, spends unnecessary effort often, and can be very happy and optimistic. He is rarely discouraged, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He often feels envious of others, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He often acts with compassion, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's thinking. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds blind honesty foolish. Dreams of raising a family. He likes jet, platinum, red pyrope, custard apple, wood, and reindeer hoof, doors, scepters, and the words of the page of crystal. The sound of the droplet of berries and the sight of the lute of poets, and when possible prefers to consume thornback ray, swamp whiskey, and reindeer's milk. And he absolutely hates leeches. You're already in the legends? Let's see. Any details we can find? You were previously the militia commander of the Tool of Whispers. Apparently you were, became a scout in Doorplane in the year 120. You've moved around a bunch. Got a bunch of different former spouses. You got 2 lovers, Zuthan and Zuthan. Wait. You've been lovers with Zuthan twice. Although, isn't Zuthan your wife? No. Ah, right. When did you meet your wife, then? Hang on a second. Have you been... Oh, it's, you know, it's possible that you met your wife after Legends, or after this fort began. Finally made one after 4 hours? What makes it good, White Tiger? Or was there something specific you were looking for? You pray, you worship the god of death, because of course you do. Former members of so many previous forts. You've moved around a lot, you really have. Active dwarf in the North Guilds. I think we're going to get some pigtails going in the summer. Some plump helmets going in the winter. And some sweet pods going in the spring. And let's just brew some drink so we don't run out. Catch back up to that. So, we need bedrooms. This right here is going to be an office. And also, thanks for the follows, by the way. I do see those. I just don't have any kind of notifications for them because I don't think it's relevant, really. But I do appreciate it. As a small reminder, this is a crowdfunded channel. So I do my damnedest to keep as much in the way of third-party marketing out of the stream. If you like the way I do things here and you want to support the channel, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, consider supporting me in that format. Because that is the most efficient way to do so and doesn't cost you anything you haven't already paid for. Regardless, though, thanks for tuning in and hanging out today. And keeping us company. You got a wild love life? Certainly. A love life befitting of a proper dwarf. I think that your wife likes dyed cloth because she does worship the god of dyed furs. We're also going to go over to here. Let's get those made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 7, 8, 9. That should be plenty, because there's a few married dwarves. How long you can keep her? Probably for the fort. I don't actually know if dwarves can get divorced once they've made it into a fort. I don't think they can. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I don't think that they can. Looks like we're getting some lampreys going. Also got some fire opals. Okay, so this up here. Devildawn! Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. For the first notification of funding of the channel in 3 hours. Thank you very much. Checking to get a round of beers for Devildawn. The dawn of the Devil Dwarf. And this is slowly filling, as one would expect. So we don't need to do too much with the top for the minute. Our mark doesn't forbid divorce. I think it's just not implemented mechanically in fort mode. Okay, what's close by? Just poking my face around. So that's the faction. Oh, interesting. It's a different dwarven faction right there. Bunch of humans over here. I've seen a bunch of dwarves that value knowledge. And this is a pretty young world. I'm considering trying to spot like a place with some books in it. And sending out a squad to go acquire some books for me right off the bat. Doing a little bit of, this kind of thing. Although that is 20 days. That's 40 days. It'll take them a while to get back. Just need something with no civilized population. Reflections on the village. Reflections on the monastery. Against the city. Makes me wonder, actually, if there's any temples to that god of death that everybody seems to worship. Banned? Can't say that word without getting YouTube mad at me. And other travesties. I wonder why it's a travesty. Secret of Avo's blocked right. Blockade right. Classic author. Classic authors. I actually really like this central valley in that little rocks structure. There's a cave dragon? A dragon cave within reach of me? I mean, it's not exposed. Is there really? I could update Legends if you want me to, but it would require restarting the game. Let's not worry about other items. So, shower coal. We're gonna go explore shower coal with these two dwarves. I wonder actually what they're gonna go pick up, because he's gonna go pick up equipment. What are you grabbing? I wonder. Oh, an axe. He's just gonna grab an axe. Good to go. See ya, Michael. I mean, Michael. There's oh, I think I did look at this cave, yeah. It's in the Spine of Valleys. I'm assuming it still has a dragon in it, otherwise you wouldn't be mentioning it. I mean, we're on the Hill of Charcoal. If that ain't... if the Hill of Charcoal ain't a place where a dragon visits, then I don't know what is. You thought I was down in Goblin, Australia? Oh no, we are not down here. That might be a fun spot for a future fort, but maybe not for this one. No, we are all the way the hell up here. We are in the Hill of Charcoal.
This is madness. Madness.
Howdy, hobo.
Yeet.
How's things, man? We're going fishing, although there's a bunch of birds that are kind of ruining the vibe of that at the minute. Down here, I'm just gonna real quick make a butcher shop and a tanner. Just gonna go up to here, and I'm going to butcher the duckling, the donkey, the hen, you, and you. And then I'm going to go to here, and I'm gonna go... Oh, I still got adamantine statues queued up, that's funny. And I'm going to make bone crafts, and I'm going to make... Probably just that. While nursing a cold, yikes. I ordered my my fancy tickets for F1, but just for the Sundays. Just for the Sunday. Mostly for the, because it comes with the, what'd you call it, the program and everything. To be honest, I just want the lanyard. Rigos Senskier must have been the one who got away. You had your two children with her. She's bookkeeper of Tool of Whispers, and your one son is the manager, and the other's a worthless monk. Hey, don't call your son worthless. He can hear you. Chat, the game's just quickly saving. I'm going to do a quick save, and I'm going to update Legends. Plated Lizard, hello in YouTubes. Hope you're doing well. I read that as there's a cave dragon within reach of you, and I was like, what, to that dragon, Eldritch? Also, just obligatory F1 minute because Stoned Hobo just tuned in. I'm really starting to like the look of the new cars. I don't know if you've looked at any of the preseason testing. But I do have to say that the Open Legends, force it. I do have to say that the for preseason testing, those cars are starting to look really squirrely on the tracks, especially in corners, like the way they're sliding. It's looking real cool. There's a Hydra close by. Ooh. I did crank up the numbers, so there should be a much larger population than generally. You found a settlement named Biff Columbus? It's Kobold Columbus. They're here to colonize. You've been attending trade shows? They are a lot more, I don't want to say unwieldy, but there's a lot more skidding than previous. They used to just be kind of flat and heavy in the corners. But there's a lot of skitteriness. But they're also faster in the corners. So I'm kind of excited. I don't know, it looks fun. You've been in this place before. I think 90 bits is the deja vu, eh? I think. Could be wrong. All right, that should be done. Proceed. Let me just get the game started back up, and then I will update Legends. Maybe not. I think it's 90, isn't it? Unless, like, the sounds on that is just busted entirely. I don't even. Sorry for debating you into 90 bits. Nope. Continue active game. That's what I need. The infinite universes. Oh yeah, also this fortress is called Squidward. I would just like to remind everybody of that stupidity. Legends may go down for a hot sec. Hang tight. All right, it should be updated. Let's see, can I look up Squidward? Heh. Oh, yes, I did. I just spelled squid wrong. Squidward spotted. Coast Guards of the North Guild. See? Now we can see all the named dwarves so far. Howdy, howdy. Guild with style. They convicted your wife of embezzlement and imprisoned her for 6 years? Is that why you dumped her? I think you're the bad guy in that instance. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you are the sympathetic character if you left your wife because she got in trouble for embezzlement. You were probably in on it, man. We just updated Legends if you want to look at it. We named it Squidward. Or Squidward. Totally different. Any similarities to Nickelodeon is completely coincidental and not intended. Let's do rock table. Rock throne. Whoops. Let's just use rock salt for both of those. And rock door. I'm actually just gonna let that be whatever. And the last thing I need to make is wooden bed, or just make bed, not wooden bed. We'll do 20. And whenever there's less than 10 beds, just make 20. I'm just gonna hop up onto the surface for a second here and just go carpenter. Yo, you married her after that. Okay. I'm sorry, who's the hairy abyss? You're still laughing at the absolute planet. What's funny about the absolute planet is like how dumb of a looking location that place was. Like it looked really silly. Because the absolute planet was the one that crashed, right? Absolute planet sounds like a place that like a Saturday morning cartoon character would take over. Actually, I want to take a look at something. See what this looks like. This is what the beach looks like. Just want to see how deep the actual sheer cliff is. Oh my god. No, that's just the edge. Oh, I was gonna say, what the fuck is that? So this is the ocean. That is a deep ass ocean, man. Such a steep drop off. It's just not discovered areas yet. Look at that. This is Stone Sense. Stone Sense is a kind of janky rendering engine for Dwarf Fortress. There's our little entryway right there. There's a dwarf. Scroll down and in. This is the fort so far. I don't ever trust it to unpause it, though. You had to retire for the night before I was done generating? Yeah, it was a long day. Yesterday got a little bit silly. Just moving all the animals up to there. Let's also do wooden nest box. Let's do 3 of those. I don't use Armok Vision. I whatever you think looks nice. Neither is better. They're both fine. They're kind of different things though, because Stone Sense is just built into DF Hack, whereas Armok Vision requires like a separate piece of software installed. Let's get them working on these bedrooms. Making some leather up. We're also going to go over to you and say make some totems. We'll sell those as early trade goods as well. Let's actually just make some shamulets. Because I know I have shells. It's just a matter of using them for something. I'm also going to go down here and just plunk one of these in. Get this area starting to clear out of blocks. Speed up that process a little bit. While all the animals get butchered. Just giving us all kinds of foodstuffs. I'm actually just going to go here and type in bolts. We'll make bone bolts with the rest of it, and we'll sell those as well. And I'm going to go to up here and do this. While you make beds. The current wife used to be the apprentice of your former wife, also related to a necromancer. Well, hold up. Did you divorce your wife, Stoner? to marry the younger apprentice? Because your dwarf is a soap opera, if that's the case. Regardless, that's funny. That is funny. But before that, you got 13 years before you dumped your wife, and then 13 years later she got embezzlement charges. My God, man. You thought what wasn't working? What, Stone Sense? I mean, it wasn't for a minute, but things get updated, right? There was a good, 6 months there where Stone Sense just didn't launch at all. But it's been fixed. At times of using Dwarf Therapist, now you just auto-labor. I mean, I used to manually, one by one, assign labors. In the old versions, I never used DF Therapist because I found it cumbersome for some reason. But, the thing that I kept coming back to and still keep coming back to is the fact that whenever I see people saying that, oh, the old system was better, all I can say and all I can think is that, oh, if only you knew. The fact that I no longer have to manually set all the labors makes me say just on its surface that this new system is superior. I realized that was due to me being really stubborn and dumb mostly, but Corey, Fancy Pants. Taylor. Means the weaver? Or the clother? You want to be Burr? This dwarf? Honestly, username checks out. Quarry. Corey the Fancy Pants is often sad and dejected and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Sounds like an artist. He has an overbearing personality, definitely into fashion, and does not trust others, absolutely into fashion. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and isn't particularly grateful, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than reason. Clearly doesn't pay his taxes. And easily can fall in love or develop positive feelings. Definitely works in fashion. And is eager to learn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And has a greedy streak. Occasionally overindulges and cracks his knuckles when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Absolutely into fashion. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks it is important to present a bold face and never grouse, complain, or even show emotion. And finds artwork boring, does not care about family one way or another. He likes malachite, zinc, and fortification agate, as well as hedgehog leather, leather armor, flesh balls for their warmth. That's all no. And prefers to consume pendant amaranth beer, cucumbers, and absolutely hates toads. You like flesh balls for their warmth, not for their roly-poly nature. He is broad with little muscle. His long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his long teeth are gaped. Yikes. He's 71. He worships Lykot and Rakast Dusumdan, and you're vague acquaintances with the manager, and you're a passing acquaintance with Diabetic Stoner, who's, off exploring a temple. What was different about maps, Blackwind? I genuinely can't remember / don't know what you mean by worked different. Their current wife is the sacred phantom of the Fatal Fellowship and is seeking immortality. That, honestly, that checks out. If you were appointed sacred phantom of the Fatal Fellowship, I feel like it would be weird if you weren't seeking immortality. That kind of comes with the job title, I think. That it is on it. Yeah, I do have to give it to you. I would go see the Fatal Phantom of the Fellowship. I'm sure that is one hell of a musical. Unlike the last fort, I'm actually gonna get beds done in a reasonable period of time. And now the miners can come help. Whew, my tendonitis just kicked off. That's not fun. So if they get us books, I think I'm just going to make a library right away. Let's get our manager into here. Let's get the broker and her husband right there. Let's get the expedition leader, the ward, right there. Thanks for the $1.50. Cheers, friend. Tinnitus is the worst. You have it all at the time. Mine kind of comes and goes. It's not super bad, but it's not great either. It's usually in my right ear. Sometimes it just pops into existence. Like, I sometimes just suddenly become extremely aware of it. But usually I just kind of, either my brain tunes it out or like it's never really that bad. This place seems to have a lot of books. Not sure where it is on the map. The Anguish Dungeon owns it? That does seem to be a lot of books. Chesterfield, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub you got from Carl the Viking. Appreciate ya. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks a lot. Let's get you sorted. Oh, diabetic stoner's back. That's interesting. Like, it looks like he already has a bedroom, but he doesn't. Okay, that's fixed. Let's throw another one over here. I'm doing this manually just so I know how many more beds I need. It's literally the only reason I do it this way. It's especially kind of, I find it useful at least early on. I need one more. Once you have more dwarves around, it kind of doesn't matter so much. What turning into a Twilight Freak means. It means that a night troll kidnapped that individual and turned them into a spouse. The night trolls are kind of like, Tarn's mentioned before, like what the real world myth equivalent is. I want to say it's like pagan legend. But these trolls that kidnap people and instead of killing them or doing that sort of evil, monstrous thing to them, they just convert them into, like, spouses. So if they're getting converted into something, it probably is a night troll. Highly likely it's a night troll. Makes a lot of sense why you worship the god of death now. You're gonna start proselytizing something to us. Also, hello, Forever Burma. I mean, you do have the same YouTube name on Twitch. Well, you do have the same username on Twitch and YouTube, so. Saltwater waterfall gives happy thoughts. So it's just waves, then, that don't. Then. Good to know. I'm glad you've done the science. Thanks for doing the work. I don't know, round of beers or something. We now know that saltwater waterfalls give happy thoughts. What you're going to do with that information, I have no idea. Can't help you. Just know that we have the data, and the data speaks probably not English. I don't Latin, I guess. You wrote a book that was an artifact and destroyed when you got to Squidward. Huh? Excuse me? Why do books get hold on, let's see if I can find it. I might be able to find it. Knowledge. Was it of the dwarf? I never knew that, Eldrish. Wild. Of the dwarf? Huh. It concerns the start as a bard of the dwarf Corey Fancy Pants. The writing is forceful and amateurish at best. Well, not much of value was lost. Speaking of, that really does beg the question, like, do they have boats? So we looted from the Church of Bronze, the interpretation of the abbot, and we also snagged Cloister Present. He did an elf and just rode on a piece of ice? Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. You mean the movie Elf? Like the film Elf, right? I like to forget that movie exists. In fact, I do that intentionally, I think. Okay, so down here, let's see if I can chuck a table and a chair in here now, I think. This seems like, well, obviously it's an office, but this is an office for, who's the bookkeeper? It's the ward, the expedition. Let's get the expedition right there. That can be another office. And this can be another office. This can be our little managerial office district. Maybe like could do the Fisher Dwarf. I don't know. That doesn't really look like a fish. I don't want to make it look like a fish. I'm thinking we do the Fisher Dwarf. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Guildhall back here somewhere. Or I could do the temple back here. We'll do it this way. And this is slowly filling. Thought I could make that into a library. I'm sorry, what are we wah-ing about? They seem to have lost their boat going back. It seems that way, yeah. Vile Ruled is in those dark pits just southwest of you, like in the middle of Clustered. What's Vile Ruled, if I can ask? There was a warning from anything larger than 4x4, so 8x2 would make the most sense. That is I'm basically like, that is a historic warning. I start getting noticeable hitches if I do a map that's like bigger than 7x7. So it's usually stable on 6x6 and 5x5. Rock blocks. Let's just do another batch, but I'm just going to queue up specifically salt rock blocks. We'll do 60. Oh no! Wait, never. Oh, for a second there, I thought that this was hitting an aquifer, but no, it's not. Well, okay. I guess they got through, regardless of my caution. Let's see what I can do with you. Just do bedrooms. And Jagna is the last dwarf to get a bedroom. Start plunking in bedroom doors. Not that I have all that many. Let's just use whatever's closest. That's apparently ruled by elves. Gotcha. Has so many elves? Are you telling me that the elves and the goblins get along? Also, I didn't see you there, so hi, Sentient Potato. It's good to see you. Same with you, Synth. If you have a family, if you have a fort entirely in the ocean, they can just straight line across the world, but once they make it to landfall, they go around. We're not surrounded by the ocean, Sentient. We are not, in fact, in the middle of the ocean. We are on a peninsula. It's a very long one, but we are, in fact, on a peninsula. Like, so that this shouldn't be, like, this isn't inaccessible. Well, I mean, the faction that the elves defected from might be at war with them, but the elves that live in the goblin faction are effectively goblins. They're not elves anymore. It's good to see you, though, Sentient. I know that the time zone doesn't always line up, but I try to do my best, you know? I think, like, also at this point, I'm trying to just keep things archived effectively enough that, like, even maybe you can't make the streams, but ideally there's a way to get somewhat caught up on the shenanigans and nonsense. With, you know, ideally the streams and the bigger videos as well, all kind of feeding back into the same source, you know? Some ads are about to start, so I will pause the game when the ads begin. There we go. Salt Rock is one of your favorite rocks in the game. It's so pretty, that I agree with. Why is not Gary on a plant? On a plant? Gary's on a plant? Not sure what you mean. I mean, he's got a little snail trail. I'm not really thinking about this more than that, to be honest with you. I will make half of this office into a broker office and a manager office. Let's split this one down the middle. I thought I placed that in the middle of a wall, and I was very confused as to how that was going through. Kind of looks like a tree branch, I guess. I don't know, or like a really, really bendy tennis racket. But yeah, I can see that. Oh, hey, we got some other animals. Got albatrosses, great horned owls. You're partial to microcline and green glass yourself? Gotcha. Maybe Gary is eating the seaweed. He is a snail, after all. This place is for the birds. Mate, everywhere in Dwarf Fortress is full of birds. But we've seen octopuses and sturgeons. Just gotta have some faith, man. Just gotta have some faith. We are going to have to do so much fucking digging to actually make progress in this fort. To drain this ocean. Especially if it's not going to freeze. We don't actually know, so... we're in early autumn at the minute. If the ocean freezes, you guys gotta shout at me and let me know if I miss it. Like, if I don't see it freeze. And I'm really hopeful right now that it's going to freeze. Like, really hopeful. Your company's ruined most investors? Are you a CEO of NVIDIA? Actually, probably not NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been doing a pretty good job with their investors, but currently. So far, anyway. But this is not investment advice, so don't listen to me. Not that I like NVIDIA in particular, but their value apparently keeps getting inflated. It's like a balloon. Or a bubble, if you will. What fishes and stuff can you harvest from the ocean? So far we have cuttlefish, mussels, salmon, hagfish, brook lampreys, spotted ratfish, herrings, anchovies, steelhead trout, hake, mackerels, squid, clownloach, and cavefish. That's what we have so far. But because this is a deep ocean, as you can see, it's real deep, goes all the way down, deep enough that we start getting pelagic, I presume that's how you say that, clay. And actually, can I harvest clay from this? I haven't looked. No. But we've got clay, and then if we go even deeper, there's silicous ooze, which is deep sea sand, apparently. And it's that deep, and that means that we can get deep sea creatures, which means we can get animals that are not vermin in the ocean. So similar to these albatrosses, sure. Those can be things like whales. Those can be things like sharks, bluefin tuna, bigger fish like that. But in order to catch them, you need a cage trap. And you need a cage trap underwater. Or you need to drain the water to drown them. And then you can butcher them at a butcher shop. Because you actually have to butcher them, right? You can't just, like, catch them. So, there's also sea monsters and krakens. Well, there's sea serpents and sea monsters. The sea monster's basically a kraken. And then there's serpents as well, Crouch, in YouTube chat. But I've never seen either of those. So I assume they actually exist. There's also whales. We actually saw a whale yesterday while we were doing test embarks in this ocean. And I teleported it onto the surface to kill it. To butcher it, just for science. And I got over 8,000 food from it. It's the remains of dead microorganisms, so it's oil? Don't tell America that. We don't need them to invade the ocean. Although, maybe that would be for the best. 8,000 meat. Yeah, and what's funny is that that whale, based on like the average sizes, was only about 40% full grown. So that's why we're here. They're not going to appear that often. When we first embarked on this particular location, there was an octopus, a giant squid, and a oh, what was the other thing? A sturgeon. Hush now, Clino. Trying to make a joke. And don't say... It's like, and after much time speaking with the humans, they finally translated the name of the fortress into their language. Squidward. But then I wouldn't be able to show the top left. I mean, I could just never acknowledge it. I kind of thought about doing that with the Fortress of Brainrot, but I just kind of never did it. Anonymous! You know, there was one time I was watching another stream and somebody gifted some subs anonymously. And the streamer said, "Thank you to Anon Yamouse Gopher." And they said it so quickly and it rolled off the tongue so well. And I've always tried to say that. And I can't. I don't know. David Hasselhoff? Don't hassle my David Hoff. I don't know. Who looks at David Hasselhoffy to you? But thank you, Anonymous, for the 5-pack. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you much. Yeah, you can't plant trees, which does kind of bum me out, Blackwinds. I'm actually kind of amazed that there isn't like a tree planting mod. Adil? I mean, I can't say no. I don't think David Hasselhoff is much of a working in management type dude, but... Hasselhoff here, Differs, is of course married to diabetic stoner and treasures the company of others. She is very stubborn and cracks easily under pressure. She rarely feels negative feelings towards things and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She is somewhat quarrelsome and she's bothered by this, and she values friendship and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. There's a band that I like called Aiming for Enrique, and they have well, they're a duo, but they have a song called Don't Hassle My Hoff. There's something about that I think is really funny. Songs for Working Out, pretty good album. Anyway, she personally finds artwork boring and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Does not really value skills related to fighting and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes stoneware, sterling silver, clear diamond, loon parchment, the color azure, clouds, and shields and armor stands, and giant axe blades. Monitor lizards for their intelligence, not their resolution. Anyway, and the words of... Monitor lizards for their intelligence and the words of the fatal death. When possible, she prefers to consume two-hump camel, rainbow trout, chichery, tuber beer, and giant two-humped camel's milk. It's just thicker than normal-sized camels. And hates large roaches. I need to know what the fatal death is a poem, which is intended to express the pleasure with Nar, the god of death. And it is originating in the North Guilds. The form guides the poets during improvised performances. The poem is 3 tar sets, a form of parallelism that is common throughout the poem. In certain lines often contrast underlying meanings. The ending of each line of the poem shares the same rhyme. The third line of each tar set is required to maintain the phrasing of the second line. So, there's a movie called The Witch. And there's this scene at the end of The Witch, which I'm not going to spoil, but it involves a fireplace and a bunch of people dancing. I feel like that's what that is. That's what that is. That's what that musical form is. Chat, this was supposed to be a fishing fortress. I'll have you know, Tibe, this was a while ago, but I had a fortress that had a form of music called future metal. And so we've had metal in Dwarf Fortress for a while. I hate to break it to you. I agree. Rainbow trout is very, very tasty. I'm a bigger fan of steelhead personally, but... Rarness! Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. The big E emote. Capital E, even. Ran out of doors. I'm just gonna queue up 10 or 20 rock doors whenever there's 10. Rock door. Or rather, whenever there's less, whenever there's less than... whenever there's less than 20. Not 120. 20. Just make 10. Get all caught up on the doors. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan from the North Guilds is a welcome sight. Their eyes, of course, are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Can you build a vault and put coins in it? You can make coins and put stuff and put them in places. And one of those places could be a vault. So, yes. But there isn't like a specific building called vault or anything. I refuse to believe that those 5 horsebone bolts are actually worth 1,000 dwarf bucks. But I will keep a bunch of these bone bolts. Good stuff. Oh, totems. I've seen dwarfs get embarrassed due to crappy performances, and I've seen dwarves get into arguments after being embarrassed. In adventure mode, I've been beaten up for like just annoying people by running sermons. But I'm just, it's less of a like, can one performance that's super bad enrage a dwarf? I don't know about that, but it can certainly be the last straw to enrage a dwarf. Thanks for the $1 again, Rarness. How do you actually set up drinking halls, dining rooms, taverns, and meeting areas? Or what do you actually need to specify basic needs? You have mugs and drinks. Zone. Make the zone in the area you want it to be. If you want it to be a tavern, then you probably want a combination of 2 zones. So then what you want to do is click this and then click on make an inn tavern. I don't want to make one right now, but make an inn tavern. But if you're making a tavern and you want it to have a dining hall as well, which you should do, because they will also get positive moods from dining halls, and they prioritize eating in dining halls. So the way like food works in Dwarf Fortress is they'll claim a meal that is close to them. Then they will take that meal to the nearest dining hall. If it has an open table and chair, or chair rather, and then they will eat in the dining hall. If there isn't an available dining hall, then they'll go to the nearest unowned chair and table, ideally. If there isn't a chair and table, then they'll just eat it where they stand. So if you make a dining hall next to it, and then when you're done making the dining hall, you click the plus button, and then also click the same tavern icon. So it's like, this is the beard. If we pretend that's the bearded wind is the tavern, it's not, it's a guild. If you click on the bearded wind, then this will be part of, well, now it's part of this guild hall, but the tavern, presumably. Then they will prioritize eating there. They'll get separate happy thoughts from eating in a dining hall of value number instead of just a tavern. And by default, they will attract visitors. So if you don't want visitors, which that's up to you, there are these 3 buttons up here: public, semi-public, basically just your fort and people that are supposed to be there or are invited, or citizens only. Just keep note of that, and that's basically it. That's all you have to do to set it up. And you don't have to do the dining hall. You could also only do a dining hall. It's also worth noting that literally any of these zones, with the exception of even like the pit pond, any of these zones could be assigned as a dining hall. So you could make like a pen pasture into a dining hall and then pasture your dogs in it. But they won't socialize there as much if the tavern is not a meeting zone. They'll naturally congregate in the meeting zones. So. There was somebody in my chat once who set up their tavern or a library rather, that was 2 zones. One of them was a dining hall, so they would go to the library to eat, and then they would read. And then the one right next door was an animal pasture, and because their head scholar really liked a certain type of animal, I want to say it was chickens or something, they pastured a bunch of chickens there, thinking like, oh, maybe they can ponder near the animal they like. So you can do stuff like that to build into that. How far into the game do I start building arms and armor? It varies wildly and depends on what the goal of the fort is. In this one, it might take a bit, but it also depends on how much of a threat we're under. This fort is pretty far away from any major threats. So because of that, it's probably going to take a bit, but sometimes it's like the first thing I do. Like sometimes before I even make bedrooms. It varies wildly. I'm going to buy that pickaxe. It's the first thing I'm going to grab. Can I afford those? Yes, I can. I'm going to buy those metal bolts. And the quiver. And I will make a crossbow. I'm also going to grab those 2 backpacks. And those steel greaves. Nice. See if I can buy this. Yes, I can. But the rose gold. Yes, I can. What cages did they bring? Sheep, gander, pig. Those are some expensive copper boots, man. Okay, we'll just go for that. Trade, done. They're the liaison from the mountain gnomes. They want to discuss my situation.
Max.
I'm going to... Oh, shit. I totally missed that. There was a giveaway. Moose is checking out 5 Vampire Throne tin mugs. If you would like a chance to win a mug, type an exclamation point enter in the Twitch chat, like, now. I mean, right now. Like, literally right now. I totally missed that initially. What's the best way to use decorative artifacts with engraving? You don't need them for room value, and your understanding is that dwarves need to be standing on them for a happy thought, but they rarely do, or right next to it. If it's an open location, they are likely to get stolen. I usually just put them in a vault, and then when I have a room that I'm either too lazy to build or don't want to fully build out for room value, I kind of attach it to the room value. So like put one tile, like if this is the vault over here and this is where the room is, I'll just like take one zone and like plop it onto the tile and then connect it to the same zone as I did before. Diabetic Stoner, Nat Hazard, Quasar, Queuing Green Tea, and 409. Also, hi, Green Tea. Click on the redeem link there and you can redeem your prize, your wind mug. Congratulations, you just won a draw. Thank you so much, Moose Moose. That's very kind of you. It can be hard to get dwarves to marry, but the main reason I think a lot of people have a hard time getting dwarves to get married, Croach, is most people overwork the shit out of their dwarves, and they will never find a partner if all they do is work 75 years a week, which I feel like most dwarves make their most players make their dwarves do. I'm gonna go to stone. And I'm going to import let's just go Laminite. They want footwear and thread. Panthercarpy, something awful. Thank you very much for the 10 bucks. Appreciate you. Big tavern plus lots of downtime equals marriages. Yes, that is correct. Thanks for the super chat. Chat, can I get a round of beers? About the super chat and the gifted tin mugs. Those mugs are cool, and not a lot of people have bought them, so cheers, mate. Appreciate you. Guess we're out of shells. Which is fine. Do have horn and antler, though. Neat. I don't know what we're decorating with horn, but we're decorating something. What's the flex stone layer for? It's something that's required for making iron ore or the ore of iron into an alloy that some people refer to as steel. Because steel isn't just like iron that's been hit with a hammer a bunch. It's like it has additives in it. This is going to kind of be our crafting zone. I can also assign another miner. We can bring some very hot surprises. Yeah, those spicy magma crabs. They're enjoying their meals and drinks. Hell yeah, mate. And just as a reminder to anybody who's maybe just tuning in, if you go to legends.blindIRL.net, you can get a link to my locally running instance of Legends Viewer, and you can dig into the history of this fortress, at least as of the last time I exported it, which was like, I don't know, half a season ago. And see who's in the fort, find out all the history of the Diabetic Stoner and some of the other members of chat who've got names in the fort. All work, no date. No, absolutely. It's just like me. Never leave your house. You never meet anybody. Or in the case of the dwarves, I guess, never leave the Craftsdorf shop. So this is going to be storage and crafting. We're going to start getting stuff sprawled away, squared away. So we're into autumn. We've got a fug load. What are those, herrings? But there is so much time still for this to potentially freeze. What else do we have down here? There's these little guys, oceanic fish, more of them. I'm actually kind of curious, is there any metal that's visible? Oh, also, this is kind of interesting. I actually can't see a good chunk of the underwater. This is all, like, not in my line of sight. So there's a chance, actually, that there are aquatic animals out there right now that I just can't see. Are there any dwarven children yet? Only you, suited giraffe. And not in the fort, just in the chat. Right, exactly. So you get it. It's a lot of fish. Oh, absolutely. That's why there's so many fish in the fort. Curious if the dwarves running up this way, because they haven't had any reason to go this way, will expose more of the ocean. Nope. Well, that's interesting. Huh. You're just going to fish there now. Okay, well. We're going to start doing that. You did teach some fishing. Well, that's good. I wonder what you're going to catch here. Let's see. Time to drop a cat to see the lair? I mean, not if I can avoid it. I actually don't think I don't actually have any cats. I just have chicks. I have a dog. Is anybody else mildly bothered by the fact that you can't war train named dogs? It's like if a dog's already been adopted, you can't be like, fuck you, I'm taking your pet. Got raw oysters. Look at that. Can fish be kept as livestock like set in an aquarium? Yes. In fact, let me show you something. If you go to the fisher shop and you click add new task, catch live fish. If I queue this up to the maximum speed, it's going to cancel because I don't have the stuff. I need an empty trap. Can they reproduce in an aquarium too? That I don't know about. You wouldn't war train Fluffykins? What if Fluffykin's entire family has been war trained? Anyway, I'm going to make a furnace right here. And a wood furnace right next to it. Just going to let these sit while we wait for the ads to finish. Yeah, but like, what if the dwarf that showed up in my fort is a very good hunter and marks dwarf, and I want to make them into a hunter? Wouldn't it be logical to train that dwarf's pet dog as a hunting dog? Like that, I don't understand that. I would never bother, but yes, you're gonna have to set up specific give and take stockpiles, and or either give stockpiles or the other thing you could do is you could, like, if you don't want to cook certain things, you could go to the kitchen menu and just simply forbid everything you don't want cooked, but then you're gonna end up with some pretty bizarre meals, most likely. Like, I almost always forbid cooking and brewing my pigtails and my alcohol, because otherwise I end up with like weird amounts of like non-usable things. Speaking of, since we're being kind of nice on the to the surface right now, I'm actually just gonna go here and I'm gonna make one of these. Just get rid of that so they don't try and use step stools because we don't have any. Yeah, I can see the drink's a little on the low side. It's fine. We've only got 13 dwarves at the moment, so got like a month of drink left, but it is a little bit low. What are they all doing? Oh, they're all gathering plants. Of course they are. I'm just gonna set like 3 plant gatherers, so they all kind of stop after 1 or 2. Then you got barley. What are you grabbing? Nothing? Oh. It's just plums on the ground, though. Got whipvine. But yeah, we got more plant now, so it should be fine. Because now I can just go brew drink from plant. We'll have more drink, or more plant that we can brew into drink. We're gonna get some whip wine. Whip wine and whipvine is one of the most like word tongue tires that are in this game. Hey Tapioc, what's up, by the way? A meal out of just animal tallows is funny. What's funny about the animal tallow meals is when it's like, yeah, you know, it's just 3 kinds of animal tallow, but they call it like a biscuit. It's like, that's not, no. Quit it. Dwarves, that's disgusting. Aren't the upset dwarves just getting into arguments constantly? Are you really just upset about being caught in the rain? My god. Dwarf, you're becoming a stereotype. I like that one of her best memories is discussing her spouse's problems. I wonder what he did. There's Gary Fancy Pants, worshipper of Lycott. Yes, Fraga, we are in fact in forts, and the fort's called Squidward. You bought Menace, liking it so far? Hell yeah. I should play some more of that this week. Probably Friday. Friday in the evening, most likely. Probably be the day for it. Oh, looks like they're packing up. Well, we'll see you next year, dwarves. I didn't even look at what they wanted. What did they want? I want thread and footwear. Okay, shoes. Whatever down is. Ocean, so I guess east. You want the broker. Libash? Madame Libash, root paper? Is what you want, Dino? I'm not gonna lie, that's actually a really funny way to respond to that. That's a really funny way to respond to that. Just like adding them with the site location. How to see what they want. Fun fact, the second they appear on your map, you can no longer check it there for Mike Romeo. Named pets have no fear, kind of like war animals, at least based on one incident in a fort where 4 pets held off a werebeast once. Huh. That's interesting. That would mean that a named pet is invincible and won't get attacked by nightmares. Huh. Dino. I'm just gonna go with Dino instead of the numbers. If you want the numbers, just shout. Easily becomes absorbed in art and beauty and the natural world. And she is troubled by this, and she hates the natural, dislikes the natural world. I mean, hate's a strong word, but like, come on. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. She is humble, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She isn't particularly ambitious. She often acts with compassion. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She tends to make small messes with her own possessions and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She's wasted a lot of erasers while figuring out values of things, and she has a greedy streak, and she can handle stress. Occasionally, she can overindulge, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally values hard work and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as particularly important, but dreams of raising a family. She likes alunite, brass, pink tourmaline, cashew wood, Nimmons being leather. Why do they all like necromancer creatures? Amber and the color purple. Low boots, thrones, ballista parts, and geese for their formation flaps. Giant wrens for their intricate songs, and birches for their autumn coloration. You must love this place, because we have giant wrens and birch trees. And the words of the fatal death, the sound of the russet tress, and when possible, she prefers to consume crocodile, blackberry wine, and horse's milk, sorghum flour, and absolutely can't stand scorpions. What, death is the latest fad in the Civ, Tapiok? The fatal death? Her hair is quite dense, and her hair is arranged in double braids. Her short ears are fused lobed, and her head is extremely tall. Big forehead. Married to Coulette, the bone carver. Broker seems like a pretty quiet gig. Just get busy whenever there's trading. And off she goes to attend a meeting. She's very upset currently. You right here. Just make 1 charcoal. She yelled at somebody in charge. She says that was satisfying. Well, good for you, Dwarf. I'm glad you enjoyed your time yelling at somebody of superior rank to you. The gold of canyons. What a god. So I guess question, chat. Should this be a guild, a tavern, or a dining hall? Or a guild, a tavern, or a temple, not a dining hall? What do you think this should be? I already have a guild and a tavern, but they're just like zones out in the open over here. So they should probably be moved somewhere. But does this look like a guild, a tavern, or a dining hall to you? I mean, I just kind of flop around when it comes to how I refer to people. So if you prefer something specific, just yell at me once. No, I'll remember. I have no idea what you're asking me for, Jesus. No, I'm not going to repent of my sins. I quite frankly don't care. My sins are a key personality trait for me. Could do a jellyfish-shaped room. I think less of a jellyfish-shaped room and more of a jellyfish-shaped floor pattern. I really hope it freezes. Or like maybe a jellyfish-shaped table pattern. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little dining hall in the center and a meeting zone around the edge. And I'm going to make this into the temple. So this can be the Hermetic Humility, which doesn't seem like a good name for this temple. Because this is just the Chapel of Mystery. Chapel of whatever. Oh. Are you telling me I can't call it the Chapel of Everything? Gods, plural. The Chapel of Gods. There we go, we'll go with that. And Majestic Anchovy. There is an Olm god in this world. Also, unlike the last world that we played in, quite a lot of religions. Although everybody just seems to like that god of death, so I don't know. Get rid of that. This here can be for prepared meals and drink. More like the Church of Steelhead and the Church of Salmons. The Church of Salmon keep on insisting that the Church of Steelhead stole their shtick. But nobody's found it because it's at the bottom of the lake, so we'll never know. Keep wanting to buy a new keyboard, and then you have to remind yourself you have a collection of 20 keyboards. That's me and houseplants. I'm not a keyboard guy. I mean, I have. Sorry to those of you who hate Cherry MX Browns. I've got this in-house made Cherry MX Brown Switches keyboard. It's actually kind of lovely. I don't know. It's just a very simple keyboard. It cost me less than $70. I think I bought it on sale for $60. Has no annoying LEDs and it's easy to clean, and I like MX Brown switches. You know, it's crazy with the Church of Anchovies and the Church of Salmon, because there's also the Church of Clams, and the other two are already arguing about like who stole the shtick, but the reality is they both can agree on one thing, and that is that the Church of Clams are both shellfish. Not a keyboard guy, uses a keyboard. I own a keyboard. Well, actually, that's not true. I own 2 keyboards. But I don't collect keyboards. In the last 8 or 9 years, I've bought 2 keyboards. And I own both of them still. So I'm not when I say I'm not a keyboard person, I mean I don't collect keyboards. Like obviously I have a keyboard because I kind of need it to use a computer. But like when I say I'm not a keyboard guy, I mean I don't own 20 keyboards. That's what I mean. And no, this ain't one of those like, are you a really computer person if you can't shove an entire keyboard up your ass kind of thing? What was the pineapple up your ass? Can't actually remember what the original quote of that was. Don't even get me started on the false clam god. What about the annoying gym bros who will never shut up about the muscles they worship? Having a preference of mechanical switch types makes you a keyboard guy? I have a question. I like a firm mattress and a firm pillow because otherwise my back hurts. but I don't collect pillows and mattresses. I think I'm allowed to have a preference of something without being like an obsessive collector and acquirer of something. Mate, I own one pillow. It's actually kind of a problem suited because I used to own 2 pillows, but my couch needed extra stuffing in the arms, so I sacrificed the extra pillow to puff up my couch a little bit. Because my couch is, I got it used, and it's a goose down couch. I actually got it really cheap, and I'm quite happy with it because it's a very nice couch. But it's because it's like the armrests have zippers. They were a little bit flat when I got it, so I added the contents of, I cut that pillow in half with a kitchen knife, very violently, of course, and jammed the foam into the arms of that sofa. I disagree that keyboards are a tool worth collecting. Any keyboard that doesn't have a numpad isn't worth owning. And I stand by that statement. I say that just because a lot of keyboard enthusiasts have, like, the micro keyboard. And I'm like, that's like taking a piano and cutting it in half. I mean, who does that? Why would somebody have a like half of a piano on their keyboard, in front of their keyboard? That's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. Anyways, we are getting more migrants. Noiseless staff. Got a wife who's a boyer. A lot of these dwarves have a lot of history. Legendary dyer, hey? We've also got another jeweler. Legendary gem cutter? And setter? Excuse me? The actual plan is to turn that into an OBS controller in regards to that keyboard. I've just had it forever. And I do use it sometimes when I'm fucking around stoned with my synths, but I don't generally set those up very often. So... Alright, Hammer Dwarf, eh? Dreams of mastering a skill. Doesn't really see the point of working hard, good with language. I'm going to throw you into the military, Madam Boyer. Turk. E. Boats-wise, I wonder if you float. Alright, how many additional rooms for beds do I need? 4. Okie dokie. Kind of don't like that all that much. Let's just do it this way instead. Maybe not that last one. I disagree. Has a beard. Yeah, I guess both of the jewelers in this fort have beards. Yeah, I don't know. I need a numpad. I use a numpad as part of my editing process in my software. A lot of hotkeys are numpad specific. And I've always done it that way. And a lot of games, I prefer to use the numpad. Because, okay. If you're playing a racing game on a keyboard, I don't find this comfortable. Like resting my hand here feels very uncomfy. And I rarely steer with WASD in racing games. And a lot of racing games that I do play, I play on just the keyboard. Because I play the arcadey racing games off stream. I use the numpad as arrow keys. Because I can rest my wrist on the desk, and it feels comfier. So almost any game that you could, like, you know, see yourself playing with arrow keys or using the arrow keys for, I'm using the numpad. It's just significantly more comfortable. Well, then I have a question. How are you saving desk space if you have a smaller keyboard, but you also have an external numpad? Like, that's another input on your computer that you're using. It's an additional USB slot. It's an additional cable or an additional thing to charge. And you're just back to using the desk space again. What? Sorry, but no compute. Isn't always on the desk, so you have to get up and go get your numpad whenever you want to No, silly. Not worth owning. There's no benefit, only inconvenience. That's okay, we're allowed to disagree, it's fine. Numpad is mandatory portion of keyboard. It's like having a chair with only 3 legs on your chair, because sometimes you like to lean against the wall and you don't need all 3 legs on your chair. It's like, well, then your chair falls over when you're not paying attention. That's your point. Speak for yourself, Jesus. Also 91 hours? I mean, you got a little bit of catching up to do. Makes sense, you know, it took so long for God to find me. Not that I've been trying to find God, but, like, you know, Jesus finally found me. I've already been here for like 20,000 hours. Also, I guess I'm a billion seconds old. Unrelated, but we did a little bit of math and found out that I was going to be a billion seconds old on the 9th, so I guess I'm a billion seconds old. Majestic in the YouTube chat is talking about switch types being noisy. And I'm just going to state that the reason I use browns is when I was keyboard shopping shortly after moving in with my ex, like over a decade ago. That's why I have gray hair. Anyway, the keyboard I had at the time was a Razer keyboard that had blues in it, which are really, really, really fucking loud. And I worked nights. And she didn't. And so I asked her, I was like, what kind of, like, noise level would you like me to have so that I don't wake you up when I get home from work? And we walked into London Drugs at the time, which had a little cherry switch testy thing, and she was like, that one. I'm like, all right, I'll get that one. But there's, like, I've encountered keyboard obsessives in my chat before who act like I have hurt their firstborn child when I say that I use MX Browns, because they're like, you could be using these switches from some tiny company that I've never fucking heard of that are exceptionally expensive, not sold on any pre-built keyboards, require building your own keyboard, and apparently have the same like noise level while being more satisfyingly clicky, to which I have to say, I'm tired. That's all I got. I need to. No, I'm good. It's fine. These are good. Sorry. I'll live. Thanks. You need that bump? Uh-huh. Something, your mom. Suited. Okay, so I've got 1 charcoal over here. Speaking of charcoal, let's make... maybe not the coal. Let's just do the lignite because it's closer. So they're going to grab that 1 charcoal. They're going to bring lignite over. And then it's going to make 4 coke. And then they can just exponentially make lignite for a while into coke. Sure, your mom needs that bump as well, if you know what I'm saying. There's also, like, an actual coke joke in the statement. You still use cheap-ass generic brand membranes? I don't mind those. Like, those are fine. I just find it easier to... I literally find it easier to type on mechanical keyboards. And, like, to me, while I'm not an obsessive and I don't own a lot of keyboards, to me a keyboard is kind of like... Yeah, like, if you work at a computer, it's kind of like having a decent office chair. where you want a chair that doesn't fuck your back up, is relatively comfortable, doesn't wreck your posture, kind of forces you to stay up sitting straight relatively, and that you like sitting in, because you're probably going to sit in it a lot. And like, I kind of feel that the process of working on the tool that you're using is important. Let's get some gem cutters in here. I wonder, how far up is sand? -4? Let's hope, because I don't actually know, that there isn't an aquifer here. Let's just go up to, oops, up to there. And if there is, oh well, I'll just figure it out. You have whatever keyboard your dad bought you like a decade ago? Yeah. My dad actually used this keyboard that I have, and he liked it so much he bought it. And bought the same keyboard. Let's wait a little bit. But I'm going to get these stoneworkers over here. I'm going to send these dwarves off to go grab something again. Let's see what... Whoa. Sinew lenses? That's a lot of stuff. I mean, who doesn't like classic stars? Seems that some of my dwarves have reclaimed one of these. There's also a bunch of stuff up here. Fiend and the Bridled Reasons. Routed Galleys. I'm sorry, did that say Spank Tunnel? Speak Tunnel. Okay, right. Speak Tunnel and enter. Got it. Let's go to this fortress. See what we can find. There's nothing wrong with making cubish forts, but I think there's something to be said, like... I will also say, don't give me all of the credit for the way my forts look. I steal ideas from people like Deep Space, who apparently also has taken inspiration and ideas from the stuff I do, so... I once tried to make a fortress that was all optical illusions, and that was kind of a massive undertaking. Yeah, I mean, like, Suited Giraffe buys shit for work, so... When you have, like, work-mandated spending money, you spend the money and don't worry about it so much. Buy the cool toy at that point. Do not embark into the Spank Tunnel unless you know what you're getting into, Clem. What if I enjoy the Spank Tunnel? What if I'm into the Spank Tunnel? Oh no, I'm already inside of the Spank Tunnel. I must be into the Spank Tunnel. Anyway, hi Lennox, how are you? How's things? I actually embarked a fortress today. It's crazy. And also, if you guys are looking at the stream uptime and it says 6.5 hours, I've actually been live for 7.5 hours. OBS just like disconnected kind of randomly earlier today, and it's weirding me out a little bit. You got a raise? Hell yeah! That's I don't know. That's good. Congrats. I'm okay. It's been a rough chunk of time for my brain as of late. So I've been better, I think is maybe the best way to put it. What is that? Selenite. I know that's not gypsum. But that is, isn't it? Chat, we have gypsum. I was not expecting to end up with gypsum. Huh. Good day, builder of dwarven holes and his viewers. Hello! How are you? Be warned, you may be a bit drunk. It's okay. It's fine. Most of the dwarves are too. Please remember to drink water. And, I reserve the right to bop you if you are obnoxious drunk, but I kind of don't expect you to be for some reason. I can't read the word skull without immediately being reminded of, oh, geez. Why am I blanking on the name of that YouTuber who died? Who used to just drink vodka and then skate around in his underwear in the middle of the winter. I feel like I should remember the name of that guy, but I'm slightly embarrassed that I don't. Apator, yeah, that guy. No, definitely not Total Biscuit. Who is also a YouTuber who died, so good catch on that one. I was streaming the day that news came out. That was a very sad stream. It's one of the few streams where I literally just like stopped what I was doing, stood up, walked across my apartment, grabbed a beer, came back, sat back down, kept streaming. That's okay. He's immortalized in the lull. He's still laughing. Most of the dwarves are just smoothing walls. Whenever a video game with big robots comes out, I always have like that thought of like, man, I wonder what TV would have thought of this. Like I was thinking about that recently while playing Menace. I was like, I wonder what the old biscuit. Yeah, Warhammer 2. Put him in the cart. I've actually like made my tavern. So I know that YouTube chat is talking about like how to deal with artifact thefts and putting them in the tavern. That is a good way. Something else that's kind of fun is once I made my prison into a tavern, and my prisoners were really, really happy most of the time because they were getting served booze while in prison, and also getting to watch performances and sing and dance while in prison. But it was great until one of my prisoners was somewhat unruly, and then proceeded to like beat the ever-living shit out of every dwarf around them constantly, and we had to remove the tavern from the prison. People still do that though. It's just in slightly different places now. And also, I would say called out corporate entities for bad practice more than anything, except for the time that he got a takedown request for making a video about a game that nobody cared about. But anyways, rest in peace, you old fogey. Miss that guy. But you also got to skip a lot of really bad times, so maybe part of that's for the best. Do I have a tavern or just a temple? Just a temple. Also, apparently I made that into a bedroom. How the fuck did I manage to do that? But yeah, literally just a temple. New world, new snail. There is a snail god. Actually, I wonder. There's a dog fighting with a giant crab. Hey, the dog won. I don't think anybody worships the snail god though. Let me just check real quick. It's Id Howlscale is the snail deity, the deity of plants. If a dwarf worships the snail deity, can I give it to you? No. Big shame. I mean, most people just worship the god of death here. Like, they're very creative. They take the edgy right way out. Or the god of fortresses. They're either like vanilla and boring or like death. Bah! Anyway, who do you want? Happiest? I guess Snail is the expedition leader. The ward of the fortress. Who feels wonder after incompetently performing the rites of the doctrine of sanctuary in an undedicated temple. Snail is ready to set sail in the port outpost of Squidward. He has strong tendencies towards privacy. As fighting sounds ensue from the background. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and can handle stress. He has an active imagination and he does not feel lustful. He's quick to anger and he tends to be passive in discussions. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He likes to brawl. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, sentiments. He scratches his ear when he's trying to remember something. You know, sometimes like when he's just saying stuff, he's just thinking like this. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill, of course. Who doesn't? And personally believes that the truth is inviolable. Inviolable? Regardless of the cost. Chat, what the fuck is that word? Inviolable. Regardless of the cost. You believe in truth, like paramount, beyond anything. He values a harmonious existence and does not think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of mastering a skill. Good old bolt eagles. He likes star ruby giant desert tortoise shell, the color pearl. Armor stands, not amber stands. Armor stands, silvery gibbons for their coloration. The words of the fatal death, of course. And when possible prefers to consume black-handed gibbon and papaya wine and feather tree eggs and hates worms. Is that really how you spell invaluable? It's like inviolable. It's not invaluable. It's V-I-O, not V-A-L. I was gonna say, like, that's certainly a different word. For a hot second there, Mike for Romeo, I thought that I was crazy and I'd been misreading the word invaluable my entire life. But looking at that, it's like that is those are very different, very different words. He is skinny and his quite dense hair is dry. Well, there's an ocean right there if you need to wet it. His long beard is braided and his sideburns are. And his sideburns are neatly combed. And his hair is neatly combed. I'm starting to think this ain't gonna freeze, chat. Starting to think. This ain't gonna freeze. You just type the phonetics? Right. I can't read phonetics though, so like that just looks like valuable to me, but it's fine. Alright. Good to see this still filling. We're making more rock blocks. Doobie-doobie-doo. Squad's still out exploring that location. Like the word violate. That's kind of what I figured. That's what I was trying to say. Banner die. Honestly, this dwarf would rather that... Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like if I say that out loud, it's going to sound like I'm threatening somebody in chat. Speaking of not being able to be violated, are you happy with your dwarf, Snail? You're pretty consistently getting into arguments. I wonder if it's because of how much you value truth. It's like, it's kind of interesting. These dwarves are actually kind of arguing quite a bit. Like, quite a bit. Like, there's a bit of, like, pretty clear tension in this fort so far. I think I've got a pretty good idea for a tavern. I'm gonna make a circular room. Stop me if you've heard this one before. I'm gonna make a circle, okay? Then I'm gonna have 2 layers with a smaller circle in the middle. Smaller circle in the middle is gonna be the kitchen. So it'll be like an operating theater, but for kitchens. Eh? What do we think? Oh, sorry, I forgot. What? No, Mald? Just stop trying to circle these squares. Don't tell me how to live my life. Something like that. I mean, the gunpowder treason and plot. This is the soap opera fort. They just need to start singing, and then I'll start making soap, and we'll be most of the way there. I realize that's not what a soap opera is, but... You know, chat, I just have to make a hot take here. Soap operas are the original podcasts. I know someone's going to be like, but they had, like, radio plays, too. Shush. Soap operas are the original video podcasts. Make it a train cafe? What would I be training, though? Soap opera started on the radio? Okay, my take is confirmed. I don't know why I didn't presume that, but... you got a handheld percussion instrument, and it consists of a bone block? What's it called? Neutral input? Because that sounds like a kobold item. And stuff that was filmed? Wait, really? That's wild. It's Inan, it's Dwarven? That's interesting. How do you make a bone block then? Is that just like a craft store shop thing? I presume it would be. Those are some expensive Dwarven bolts. Okay, so I got sand up there. I need some glass industry. Because I need to make me some glass animal traps. It's a goat bone linen. The linen is a mid-sized handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a bone block. The musician plucks the block. Plucks the block? Okay. The instrument has a single mid-high pitch. Is it a hollow block? It's like a Minecraft instrument, except like you play it by thwacking your friend over the head with it. Huh. Gonna lay down? You have a good snooze if that's what you're gonna do. It has to be hollow, yeah. Why is the dwarves unhappy? They're not. Some of the dwarves keep getting into arguments, but these dwarves aren't unhappy. You should try watching, like literally it's like they're getting into arguments. Well, this one wants to pray, but I should give them a break. Also, I think they want a tavern, but that's what this is gonna be, so. I should quit whining. We're working on it as quickly as I can. Let's go right here. Let's make a gem stockpile. Maybe not for rough glass, but for everything else. Let's just cut 10 gems monthly. If the amount of rough gems is greater than 15. But yeah, I would say that these dwarves are not upset. YouTube chat. Let's make a... Nope, not a magma glass furnace, just a glass furnace. Why do I keep clicking magma? Yeah, no, that almost sounds like an issue, like a bug. The fact that it doesn't... The fact that it doesn't include, It almost sounds like a bug, the fact that it doesn't include, a string. No, sure, but like, how can you pluck a block? Also, yeah, I don't know. If you think that the dwarves are unhappy, Crouch, just like close the stream, go to Deep Space's Twitch channel, go watch one of his VODs, and come back and report back what you see. Because we got 5 dwarves that are like orange. This fort is extremely happy. I haven't given them a place to socialize, and they're pretty overworked. So, they're not unhappy, even remotely. I also haven't started giving them nicer meals just yet, which I should do. I'm gonna put a kitchen probably over here, or directly beneath this. Minecraft didn't teach me anything. Minecraft simply taught me that never trust. I don't know where I'm going with this. Never trust something. Minecraft taught me that I don't like redstone. That's what Minecraft taught me. I think I can probably stop making coke at this point. There we go. And let's make wooden bins. Man, I guess less likely that ocean's gonna freeze. Speaking of ocean, just birds at the minute. Can I collect sand? Do I have any empty bags? I don't think I do. Oh, I do! Look at that! Magical. I was going to tell you to do that and just start making some green glass blocks. Please. Well, actually, no. Can I not make animal traps? Terrarium! Of course. Obviously. They're terrariums. Why am I making animal traps? I want to catch fish. Oh shit, my Dwarfus is returned. How did the exploring of sinew lenses go? Because I want to do stuff I've literally never done since the Steam version released, which is like catching things in terrariums. I didn't actually realize how far they went. The Coast Guard of the North Guild searched it. The study behind seasons and poetic mansion. The stars, principles, and practice. The poetic mansion. That must be their library. I wonder. There's a crafted helm over here as well. What if I... Yeah, they're just going to keep collecting just books, even if I keep telling them to do that. Head back out. Go to another one. It's giant ospreys, ravens, other birds. I kinda want a hunter. But nobody really has the skills for it. Let's go to the dyer. But I need to make a crossbow, so I'm just gonna throw together a bowyer's shop real quick. And I need a leather shop. I'm gonna make you make some more bone bolts. Yep, I do in fact have a bowyer. I just need a bowyer shop. A dwarf with that skill, I just... Nothing that they can use that skill on. Why don't I make a bone crossbow? No, because I'm out of bone. So wood crossbow then. And you make a quiver. Dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Shameful. This is going to be a very pink fort, isn't it? I always feel like whenever I have, like, rock salt available, I just end up with a pink fort. It's like, well, here we go. Here we go, pink forting again. Terrarium. Let's see if I can use these. Oh, I said clear glass terrarium. Never mind, I wanted green glass, not clear glass. I ain't got time for that. So I need to now see if that'll have time, or rather, if I have the ability to use the terrarium to catch fish. Because I'm actually not positive I can, so let's see. Catch live fish. No. Let's try that again and see what the cancellation reason was. Needs empty trap. Because, like, Can I make a green glass animal trap? I guess I'm going to make wooden animal traps. Let's just make one. And see if I can use that to catch live fish, and then I can move the live fish into the terrarium. Rock pedestals. Let's cue those up. I think by the time I get all of this set up, and functional, they're just going, like, the ocean's just gonna freeze. It's gonna be like, yeah, I've got all of this set up. It's all ready to go. Ocean freezes. Oh, you're gonna go make that wooden animal trap, which I assume will work. Actually, why don't I just let you use all bolts? Seems like Diabetic Stoner has a lot of family heirlooms associated with him. Same with Burr. Burr has the Aqua Throne. Matchful. None of these are in my fortress. These are all the written things. They would have these little magnifying glasses if I could jump to them, if they were in my fort. The Unthinkable System. Got Worthy Shimmers, Boot Shears, the Reclusive Socket, the Modest Zenith. That's probably my favorite one, the Modest Zenith. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near an immodest Zenith. Ahoy, Kame Guru. How you doing, Kame Guru? How's things? I feel like it's been a minute. I definitely recognize your name, though. Never mind the defense. Got to get a dye industry going. Well, how else are you going to counterbalance the live industry if you don't have a dye industry? Come on. Hello there, as well. I'll shock. We're about to get hit by some ads. When they pop, I will pause the game. Blushquakes, what a last name. Let's just go back to labor, standing orders, other, this. Okay. Yeah, we'll just let you use the bone bolts. A ring called the Squeezing Strangers is really fucking funny. I guess they want to squeeze the strangers, hey? You hit the jackpot with your dwarf pick? I don't know about the jackpot, but... you certainly hit something. You have a memorable dwarf. Let's actually check something real quick. Just ospreys. Wait. Hold up. Why do you have 2 meager quarters? That's against the rules. I'm very... Heh. Is it counted twice because you and your wife share it? That's weird. Odd. Okay. There isn't 2 zones there, so I don't know why it's listed twice. Did stream die or is it just you? Just you, I think. Chad, am I still here? Sorry, the stream did die earlier, so now you got me like concerned. Okay. You catch me a... I'm guessing what I need to do. This so you can really tell that I haven't done this in ever. Or, I see they're not, literally haven't made it. Looky-loo, they can do it. Catch live fish. Next thing that can be named Wigglebutt. Dwarf or chicken? Or a rooster. That's how Mr. Wigglebutt sounds like a rooster to me. Mr. Wigglebutt, no, actually, hold up. That was not intentional. Sir Mr. Wigglebutt the second. I don't know why they named him that. He's actually the first one named that. Doesn't stick with things if minor difficulties arise, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, enjoys being crowds, feels strong urges, seeks short-term rewards, isn't particularly curious about the world, doesn't handle stress well, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, doesn't focus on material goods as a self-appointed alarm clock, and does not go out of his way to help others, except for waking up in the morning. He does not often feel lustful, and he is given to flights of fancy. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he doesn't trust ducks very much. He could be considered rude, but he's a rooster, so honestly that makes sense. The second? I see what you did there. Anyway, we'll just wait for his name to catch up. He's clumsy, by the way. Why, thank you, Red Carp Daddy. Let's see what fish we catch live. I feel like I'm missing something. Because the dwarf is just standing right here. Hold up. Let me just look this up on the wiki real quick. What do I actually need to do here? Catch live fish. I might need to construct a terrarium somewhere. Larger non-environment can be hunted. Industry management. Maybe I need the terrarium constructed and set up as an aquarium? Let's see. But I kind of doubt it. They may need a fishing zone. Ah! Oh, would you look at that? Immediately falls asleep. We caught a live mussel. That's not a fish! That's not a fish. I disagree. Also, I don't know why I'm surprised that they have a profile picture, but that's like actually kind of a nice piece of pixel art. I don't know why I'm surprised by this, but It's doing the best he can. Totally, but the question is, what can I do with it now? I hold up. I think I can go here and extract from raw fish. Nope. Can it tell me what? Excuse me? Oh, is that the material that it's going to go into? Hold up. Vermin will yield extracts. Yes, I know that. I need a glass vial to get an extract. You know, chat, I have 4,000 hours in the Steam version of this game. Upwards of like 12,000 hours total. I just learned what vials are for. You know. Just thought I'd share. I mean, I was reading the wiki instead of chat because I figured it would be more prompt. But thanks for beating the wiki, technically. A vile force of extraction, I think. Although I don't even know if I can extract anything from those. I know that you can also, I think. Maybe there isn't a dissect. Dwarven fish oil trend? I mean, we're gonna find out. Should be fine, that. Oh, they make 3. Fun. Well, let's just pause that one. Well, I guess there's nothing you can extract from those. So now I wonder, what can I actually do with a live raw mussel? Aside from maybe like dump... Oh, actually I wonder, can I dump it out? I probably can, right? I totally can. Huh. That's actually kind of nifty. I would be okay with banning you if you think it's okay. Jarwin, does that answer the question? If you have to ask that question, you clearly have never met me before. Clearly. Just period. If you feel the need to ask me, we must have never spoke before. I mean, I'm trying to just build an aquarium. Didn't know it hits a nerve? Would you be okay with plagiarism actively infecting the video game that you play? I mean, like, if somebody wants to use a model as part of using an art program to select something without having to manually go around, whatever, that's fine. Like, the same technology. You know, if you want to use, like, a magic select tool, okay, cool. When you say, are you okay with AI art being incorporated in? Are you asking, are you okay with them using a tool that utilizes machine learning? Yeah, that's fine. No issue. No shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I use that every time I text my mom because, like, that's what spell check is. But if the question is, are you okay with them generating art? If you're actually asking me that question, I think that you should shove the entirety of a data center up your ass and try and walk. Because that's what you deserve, if you actually have to ask me that question. Do I think that plagiarism is okay in this game? No. Do I think plagiarism is okay in any case? No. Do I think that using people's art that they haven't been compensated for by overprocessing it in data centers, destroying the environments around those data centers and those people's lives who live in the small towns around those data centers, if I think that digital plagiarism is any better than normal plagiarism, well, I'll tell you this. There was an artist who was working on Dwarf Fortress initially who got kicked out after being accused of tracing. And then they had to spend an extra year remaking assets, and they still haven't gotten to the point where they were originally. So if you actually have to ask me that question, you've clearly never watched my stream before. Or you've never paid attention to anything I have to say about anything. Fuck no. The fuck's wrong with you? I want art made by people. Fuck off with that bullshit. You're stupid for asking. That's all I have to say. Troll is obvious? I don't think so, honestly. But if you assume trolling whenever somebody says something or asks something or has a question that you disagree with, then it says a lot. I would not consider that to be a wise course of action for your life. To make little ponds for farming musclefish? That I have no idea. Maybe? I have a question. What kind of fucked up, stupid, dumbass people do you hang around with that you don't think that you would get a response like this? Any normal person with more than a brain cell count of 3 would have the logical response, which is, why would you take jobs away from artists? Why would you devalue somebody's art? Why would you want a homogeneous, generated art style for a video game? I would rather have an ugly art style that I don't like in a video game than homogeneous, smeary, gross-looking, weirdly similar, Uncanny Valley generated bullshit. What would you prefer? How is that even, like, a genuine question to ask? Especially, like, you know, in a world where, like, even fucking Comic-Con is banning the use of AI art at the convention. Why do you even need to ask such a stupid, brain-dead, dumbass, piece of shit, bullshit question? The fuck's wrong with you? I realize I'm being, like, unnecessarily crass, but, like, seriously. There is, like, uses for the technology, and the uses in making tools more effective. But I still want a person to use those tools. I don't want generated AI art. Period. There's no place for that. Do you also, killed with style, genuine question, do you think I'm upset? Look up, it says gullible on the ceiling. I'm just trying to make my point clear. Tracing is when you, like, take somebody else's drawing, Tapioca, in YouTube chat, and you shine a light behind it so you can see it through the paper and you draw it. That's tracing. Yeah, it's crazy. Killed with Style just has a giant sign that says gullible above him. You know, actually, it's really, it's probably useful to have there when, like, you know, like a scam email comes in. You're like, hmm. Okay, that's actually kind of annoying. It doesn't actually work that way. They just put it there. No. I caught a mussel. That's it. I'll say this, like if in content creator circles, the fastest way to get blacklisted by literally every other person that you've networked with is by putting an AI generated thumbnail on one of your videos. At least in the circles that I frequent. Are there nameable dwarves available right now? It's on cooldown for another 10 minutes. Like if you have a fancy ass graphics card and you want to use some of your electricity to generate something to look at because you don't have an imagination, then by all means go nuts. But like if you try and pass that off and sell it as art, you're a fucking moron. And if you like genuinely think to yourself, man, I would like it if everybody's art and if art was just devalued and had no material importance to society. If you feel that way, then we are very different people. Believe it or not, like, I've actually... But anyway, Clino, welcome back. How are you? Hope your afternoon's been good. I'm very confused by what that sentence means, Suited. Dio in the YouTube chat says, he seems pretty chill. My friend went way harder on me for using AI art in your personal D&D game. You know, I'm not gonna lie. That's one of those instances where I personally wouldn't care. But like, okay, you want to know one of my fundamental issues with AI art? Looks delicious, D-Seg. Me too. Is the fact that they call it art. Like, I think it's like the most appropriate use of the word slop. Like, and that's what it is. And like, if you want to treat it as such, what it is, and refer to it as such, that kind of like, sure, why not? Like, fuck with it. Have fun. Mess with it. Do what you want. Like, who cares? What you do in the safety of your own home is totally fine to me. But generate it yourself. Have the hardware for it. Know how it works. Know what it's doing. Know what models it requires. Know what goes into those models. Understand the technology and the software. But the second you're putting it in a commercial product, get fucked. Get out. Just fuck off. That's my take. Like, if you want to generate some images on your own time, okay. that doesn't bother me at all. And I don't think that there needs to be like a collective punishment for people that are just using open source technology. You're not even asking, you're prompting. Chip flux. What I think is really funny, Killed with Style, is it's just the world that we live in now where CEOs is the wrong term to use. Is the fact that we live in a world now where I have a hard time referring to like NPCs in video games as controlled by AI. Like I like stop myself and go, shit. No, not that. That's actually like kind of funny to me. Yeah, I mean, it's or rather, I generated this. Here, use this. To me, like, there's no real difference, Hobo, between that and, like, I don't know, drawing a stickman. Like, who cares? Like, for when it comes to personal use for stuff or just fucking around with something, like, I don't know, whatever. But, you know, it's also, like, guys... If you download a Green Day album and play it in your house, I'm not going to be mad. But, like, if you download a Green Day album, claim that you wrote it, and play it on your balcony and say that it's your song and you wrote it yourself and how, like, tell everybody how creative you are because you wrote the song American Idiot by Green Day. That's weird. Like, you should probably talk to somebody. You're seriously, like, hallucinating something. Like, something's not right. I don't know why I went to Green Day, but... I wrote that, though. I made this. It's mine. It's all me. These dwarves are too busy. Let's see what we can catch. What do we get? We got a ratfish. I don't know what a ratfish is, but I'm going to put it in my terrarium. My aquarium. See? And now put that there. Are you doing it? Nope. You're preparing a raw fish. Very different job. Fill aquarium. I'm assuming you have to go grab a bucket. Well, that's nifty. Buddy, it's a saltwater fish, though. I'm not going to complain, but... Holy shit, the fort's named Squidward. It is named Squidward, yes. Actually, I'll have you know the fortress is named Gongonzales. Also known as Squidward for short. We were laughing so hard, or rather, I felt very clever when I realized I could name this fortress Squidward. It'll be obligatory to name him Bob. I think of any fort ever, like not even specifically this one, gets a sponge man, you absolutely have to name it Bob. Anyways, what do you guys think of my aquarium? I think that the aquarium enthusiasts in chat should be mad at me for putting a fish of that size in such a small space. But what do you think? is Gangnam Style? Naturally, of course it is. I mean, we're gonna catch more things. Let's get some terrariums made. Okay, so nah, I don't feel like making pearl ash. Let's just do 30 and 30. Gonna make some green glass terrariums. That is a funny looking fish. Man, I'm gonna get you back to making more coke. Except I should probably move it down here. Whatever. I'll just make a smelter. Plunk her down right there. For a dozen or so sperm whales, this is true. This is true. The Ire is fighting with a porcupine. I guess I can't train it. That's a shame. Let's see how that report went. Crabs in Dwarf Fort today can equip weapons. Please help that fish with what? Its homework? What does it need help with? Skill review, so save engage with AI image generation as a DM for portraits of NPCs and images of KF locations for your tabletop RPG games. Okay, but like username that I can't read because it's a lot of characters I can't read, so I'm just gonna assume that your name is Ropo6. Hear me out though. What if instead of generating images for your NPCs, instead you just take different pictures of your face with different hats and wigs on? And fake mustaches. What if you did that? Just like hypothetically. I personally, if I was playing in your tabletop game, would want pictures of you with different hats on. Because I think that would be a lot more fun. But that's just me. You know, that's the kind of humor I have. I mean, I had a cage with like 40 puppies in it in the last fort, so... Like, you want to talk about crimes against animals, Dino? Fish needs bigger pond. Oh, I agree. I was just commenting on it, but... They are kind of a bag of holding situation, sand shrews. The throw extras in cage method of animal population and control. You had looking at a cage of DF unresponsive for a second, but the animals were fine. Yeah. Naturally, Fovar Burma. Fovar Burma. I'm just gonna call you Burma. Over here we have several things that we stole. We got the classic stars. Against diseases. I too am against diseases. Disease is bad. And the assaulted dish. Okay, so did they assault a dish? Did they salt the dish? Or did they get assaulted by a dish? I want to know what this assaulted dish is. I'm also going to go keep taking the books from that place because there's a bunch of them. And gotta fill my library somehow. They're right there, after all. So what the heck is this insulting dish? The assaulted dish is this. It's a garnet-bound codex. It's a 4-page poem entitled The Assaulted Dish, authored by Ognet Gulsul-Mozolib. The work has no particular subject. The writing could only be produced by a merciful spirit, and the poetry is inspired. Do I have a cook or a scholar? I don't have a scholar yet. I also don't have a cook. So I don't have any of those things. Did you survive the hunting? It looks like you donut. You didn't. There is a injured, annoyed, afraid, terrified, angry porcupine. Well, I guess the porcupine won that engagement. So what I could do... Here, I'll do it this way. You wanted a scholar? Which dwarf do you want to make a scholar? Dag it. With your day tabletop crew, you all throw in some bucks every month to get to better the table. What, different wigs? And in YouTube chat, after your videos, I fully mastered some patience to play mustard. I assume you meant mustard, but some patience to play Dwarf Fortress, and just recently, and you broke into caverns on your second fortress. Well, congrats. How about the engraver? Fath. If you're terrible at it, I'm sorry. By terrible at it, I mean being a scholar. You want to socialize, argue, and be extravagant. Sounds like a scholar to me. Tends to avoid any physical confrontation, works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He is moved by art and, of course, natural beauty as well. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to think before acting. He's currently more thoughtless, and he could be considered rude. He lives a fast-paced life and doesn't seek out excitement. What? That's like almost back to back. Maybe you're just doing coke and like sitting at a desk. He tends to hang on to grievances and finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is quite ambitious and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's an odd dwarf. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care about family one way or another. Maybe you'll be a good at this. I don't know. You're very young. One of the starting 7. Color lashed. You're a member of the Doctrine of Ashes of the God of Death. You mean Dwarven Sugar? Daggett? It's weird that they, like, never actually pick up the catch live fish task. Like, I always have to, like, manually tell them to do it. Oh, hey, we got a salmon. just gonna start sticking them in little nooks in the walls. The fish. I'm just gonna stick it in there for now, and then I'll move them slowly. And then I'm actually just gonna go fishery. Fishery, because I'm gonna need a bunch of fisheries pretty soon. Guess I need more blocks. Yeah, I've definitely done the extras in a cage method of animal storage in Dwarf Fort before, and I often just end up feeling bad for the dwarves. Pets in those cases. But what do you guys think of the progress so far? I mean, we got a snail up there. This, I'm thinking the lower level down here is going to look like a jellyfish. I mean, we've obviously... Oh, shit, we got a squid. But at what point does it become a kid? I caught a squid. It's a shame I can't name the squid. I guess I could name the aquarium it's in. And over here we got the dyer, who's finally getting his vengeance on the poor porcupine. I was gonna say, are you gonna go overturn kill now? Guess not. Yep. No, I don't see any return kill related task. It is, but if I haven't manually added you to the list because I forgot or didn't notice, then you don't have it. So I do need to do it manually. But yes, it is tier 2 and you are at tier 2, so you should have it. I don't know why you're not on the list. I have a question, Queuing Green Tea. Are you aware that there's a Queuing Green Tea without an X? Are you affiliated with this other Queuing Green Tea in any way? Because if you are not, I will remove that one from the list because that's the one that got added. My bad. Okay, we'll delete that one from the list. If that's not you, unless you are affiliated, in which case, should I keep them both on the list? Because now I've gone and removed it. Which you lost access to the email and password. Well, I just got the OG signed up here on my can use cool noises list, but not you, unfortunately. Anyway, now you can use it. You also should be able to use the sounds. Sorry about that. Come back to some cool design. Yeah, I mean, Corey Fancy Pants seems like a pretty happy-ish dwarf at this point, too. Oh, shit, we got a shad and a flounder. That'll be the redistribution spot. Okay, so I guess I need to go down into here and go, butcher animal, please. Nope, okay. Did you mangle? No, I guess it's just too far. Almost feel like I need some hunting shacks up here. And I should have remembered to name this Daggett. There you go. But that's really funny in regards to losing access to the email and then losing it. All right, so first kill for our Brave Hunter. Noiseless staff. It's called a porcupine. How Squidward got a porcupine in him, we'll never know. I'm used to engrave stone, and now you engrave books. I think you're still engraving stone, but... Hope you guys like this kind of style of, like, just kind of putting terrariums everywhere. These dwarves in this fortress are just, like, planning to start, like, a fancy aquarium building YouTube channel. I wonder if I can get squid ink from those. Hold up. I need to know. Okay, I guess I can't get squid ink. That's kind of disappointing, but also I'm not super surprised, to be honest. And the ocean never froze, so that means in order to get down into it, I'm going to need to drain it. Squiddy is obviously a freak. What, get the squid ink up in here? Is that the reason they're a freak? You... I don't know. Take one of those. I wish it was clearer which one was in a terrarium and which one wasn't. Like with animals, it says whether or not they're already in a terrarium. How do you think this... Okay. I'm not gonna lie. This right here is kind of fucked up. Like, we've got David Hasselhoff, the manager here, consuming a whole salmon in front of a fish tank with a live salmon in it. Buddy here is just like witnessing his friend being consumed in front of him, and we can even see this live spotted knife fish staring directly at it. I don't know how I feel about this. The ethics of this is questionable. Yeah, and there are also saltwater fish in the stagnant freshwater. Could somebody clip that, please? I feel like that would make a good short. Otherwise, I'll go back and do it later. It's going to take him a little while to get all these put away. Yikes. Oh. The fish is freaky, is what you're trying to say. I want one of the dwarves to catch jellyfish. So I could ask the dwarf directly, how exactly did you catch that without getting stung? Or it falling into jello? I'm just saying. How exactly did you catch that? Appreciate you, Suited. Good stuff. That, or maybe we should actually just do it this way. That can be food storage in kitchens. How do you feel about the concept of an open pit kitchen, Hobo? As a kitchen worker yourself. That's the plan for this. I'm sorry, release small creature? They call putting them into a cage releasing them? I'm not gonna lie, that's a little fucked up. Okay, so up here, I need to put some crap away. Bars, blocks, nick that one. And also, let's just turn all this off. Hate him? Got it. I kind of figured, to be honest. You never want to be within earshot of your customers when you work in a kitchen. Based on my experience of working in kitchens, the worst thing you can do is let the kitchen be in a situation where the customers can hear the kitchen, and vice versa. Okay, so you down here. Make coke into lignite if amount of coke is less than 60. Let's go back to this. I should also make some green glass blocks. Maybe we could put like a row of blocks around the edge of this out of green glass. And not really a ton more. I do wonder, can I extract anything from these? Nope, nothing I can extract from. Big shame. Gross. Suited. Very questionable ethics, Red Carp Daddy. Honestly, your username checks out as to why you would find those ethics questionable. This dwarf is digging really slowly to the point where I literally thought the game was paused. It's a big pit. It's gonna be my kitchen. Fortress mascot is here. The fortress like image is a dwarf consuming a giant squid and a squid consuming the giant dwarf, and they're both smeared into a spiral. It's like a yin and yang of a dwarf and a squid. So that was my idea of the fortress mascot, but you know. There's some things that happen inside kitchens that are all right and food safe, and chefs don't wear gloves. Chefs don't wear gloves. Actually, it's actually recommended against wearing them unless you're ready to eat food. But Karen is going to flip the fuck out. Oh no, I know. You don't wear gloves because like you wash your hands every 95 seconds. Basically, Skithy, yes. And it's gonna flip out the fuck out that you touch your steak with bare hands, even though you literally just washed them, and you're also about to put it into a pan, because you're like about to cook that steak. I would presume. I would presume that I'm presuming that Karen in this fictional story that you were mentioning here, isn't ordering a blue steak. She's probably ordering a well done steak, right? That's just my assumption. Maybe I'm assuming too many things about Karen in this fictional story. But my assumption is that it wouldn't be an issue. Okay, so live squid's being moved to here. Okay, so this is actually a little bit confuddling. Is figuring out which fish isn't in an aquarium yet. And then putting them there. That's a little bit confusing. I kind of wish the game would tell me whether or not they've been assigned to something. Honestly, that would be my biggest concern, Hobo. Is in the curse like sailors, is the issue with them cursing like sailors problem. Oh, I see. I should disable forbidding of ammunition. Unless there's a siege. So you should be able to go get more stuff after building this block. And man, I usually hate puzzle games, but you're having a blast. The craziest bit of lore about Baba Is You to me is that the person who made Baba Is, one of the designers on Baba Is You is the same person who, oh shit, my dwarves are back. One of the designers of Baba Is You is one of the two people, or the designer and programmer of Baba Is You is half of the team that made Noida. Although the one Baba Is You thing that I truly enjoy is Mobile Suit Baba, which is the, like, I think it's only on itch. It's like basically an Into the Breach fan game, but featuring Baba and Baba Is You mechanics. Also, the fact that it's called Mobile Suit Baba is just funny as hell to me. The study of mineral remedies was looted. What else did we get? The Mountain Home and other topics was looted, and the stars. The Book of the Stars. A bunch of astronomers over there. No, it is a great game. That's a game I respect the heck out of, yeah. Okay, so kitchen. Maybe not. Let's stop using these rock salt blocks. I've got too many of them. Use something else. Anything else. Like chalk. Much better. And I'm going to do meal, lavish. Let's do 10, assuming that there is less than... I'll just make a bunch, and then whenever they run low, they'll grab more. I think the funniest thing I ever saw working in food was this girl who used her mouth to blow lettuce off the table instead of a gloved hand. How long was this girl employed for? Dino in YouTube chat. I mean, I once saw a man get fired for eating a chicken nugget, so... You know. That's kind of wild to me. After the shift? Man, why'd you wait so long? That's wild. The wildest thing I ever saw while working in food service was a bunch of the night shift staff that I was working with at the time accidentally making chlorine gas and gassing the basement. That was the weirdest thing I ever saw. More specifically, the grease trap backed up and overflowed because upper management wanted their bonuses, and they got bonuses by spending less money. So they decided to clean the grease trap less often. Anyway, it ended with the entirety of the basement, which was like, you know, not a small space. It was probably like, I don't know, 2,000 square feet or so. 2 freezers, storage room, etc. The entirety of it was covered with about 2 centimeters of grease from the grease trap. And I told one of the other staff members to fill up some mop buckets with soap. Just in, like, meaning, like, the mop bucket so we could start, like, cleaning it, because we had to clean it. And the brilliant person who did that then grabbed some bleach and ammonia and chucked that in there. Anyways, about 40 minutes later, we were all outside coughing. Okay, but that's like... This is like 1 + 1 = 2. That is like 18 times 47 divided by 3 equals the power of something suited. Why the fuck would any normal human being think that lasers plus PVC would equal chlorine? I mean, like, I believe you. But, like, this is, like, the basic bitch version of the anarchist cookbook of, like, how to make gas that kills you. Like, straight up. It is like an order of magnitude. Let's just go labor, kitchen menu. Please do not brew my drinks. Or do not cook my drinks, rather. Hold up. They can cook with live fish? So you telling me if I keep squid live, they might just cook it? I'm discovering so many things I had no idea of today. I'm gonna cook a bunch of seeds that I'm not gonna use. I might actually use the barley seeds. I had no idea. Because, like, there's mussel, and then there's raw mussel. But it lists Kip Fox games that never happened because I... Huh. I'm super confused by this. I'm curious if they actually will do that. Anyway, you're just rendering fat. Ads should be done, chat. I was very confused about the fact that they can apparently cook live fish. Which I know that isn't anywhere near as crazy as it sounds in my brain, but I'm just expecting them to go, like, grab one of the fish. No? Okay. No? Okay. What are you grabbing then? Herring! Dino in the YouTube chat says she got really mad because I embarrassed her in front of the customers, and I had the whole line wiped down and told her to clean her hands after laughing at her in her face. I didn't mean to be so mean, but yeah, I don't know. That is pretty mean. But at the same time, don't blow lettuce off a counter. It's not the most sanitary. So this dwarf has grabbed herring, oysters, not to sound dumb, but Konami makes Silent Hill, right, Skithy? Silent Hill F did just release. And isn't there like a Metal Gear remaster that they're publishing soon? Konami's like quietly started making video games in the last 4 years. And then raw mussels. So this is mussels, herring, oysters, mussels, herrings, and oysters. Well, I wonder what that turns into. Also, by the way, David Hasselhoff has given birth to a boy. I would like a round of beers for David Hasselhoff and her husband, for the beautiful baby boy, the first baby dwarf in the fort, and that's all I got. Oh, also tallow. So horse tallow, herring, oyster, and raw mussels. That's just like a seafood platter. I'm in. What am I dwarfing? Suited. And here, I guess. I didn't name him. I didn't name her David Hasselhoff, okay? Suited Giraffe did. This is his plot line. Suited Giraffe is the one causing chaos. Anyway, it's a mussel roast. That's just a fish fry. It's minced horse tallow, except there's like a lump of fat with it. Maybe it's like, I don't know, a meatball, sort of? Gooey. Minced oyster and minced raw mussel. But it's not raw anymore. It's minced now again. Stacy? Are you, hold on. Is this a Stacy's mom bit? It is a baby boy. And her mom is David Hasselhoff. A Kenton. Any dwarf dealer's choice. Got it. Diabetic Stoner and David Hasselhoff have made their baby boy Stacy. Anyways, he is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. Typical ChatGPT user, and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, but is too tired but never ever sees anybody because he's too busy suffering from AI psychosis. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he has a sense of duty and is quick to form negative views about things. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to think before acting. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and often is envious of others. He has a greedy streak and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and talks very quietly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and generally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and he doesn't particularly respect commerce in terms of skill mastery. How many sons do you have, Stoner? Actually. Oh, well, I guess it's your first child with David Hasselhoff, so. He talks very quickly when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So when he's angry, he goes, da 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 da, because that's all he can say, apparently. He likes alabaster, lead, and moonstone, as well as date palm wood, giant hippo tooth, and the color foxglove. Helms, mittens, teff plants for their grain, and the site of the heliotrope lute's mother. And when possible, prefers to consume yak. 2 grain wheat beer and hemp flour. And absolutely hates hamsters. Welcome to the fort. You weirdos. All right. A canton wants a dwarf dealer's choice. Happy dwarf not name. You are now the minor Tholtig. Banner die. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He lacks confidence in his abilities, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is often cheerful. He can handle stress, and he has little interest in joking around. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shit weather. He dreams of mastering a skill, personally values peace over war, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. He likes magnetite and black bronze and fire agate, as well as bayberry wood, giant wild boar hoof, rope reed fabric, the colored jade, large daggers, and giant hedgehogs for their many spines. He likes the sight of the sable blossom, and when possible, he prefers to consume giant octopus, mead, and spinach. Honestly, that sounds like a good meal. It's like a spinach octopus salad and a punk of mead. I could fuck with that. He absolutely hates moon snails because they eat the spinach. He's a member of the sect of Oblivion and is very uncreative and worships the god of death. I read that as a modem family. I was like, what? Does that mean they're terminally online? Modern family, got it. It should be in the description of the stream, Ropo, in YouTube chat. Alongside of the a link to download the save, as well as a link to the World Legends. So, I think I should get rid of the catch live fish task, because I think we have enough. At least for the minute. This is going to be the turkey box. Pen, if you will. Into the water to reveal it? I mean, anything will work. Any live animal will work. I kind of doubt that it'll work. I kind of want to start breeding my hens, maybe once we get a round of chicks. Got invited to a free private screening of Scream 7. I had to admit that the rest of the crew that you'd never seen a Scream. I've seen Scream 4, I think. It might have been Scream 3. I want to say it was Scream 4. The number 4 is like vaguely familiar in my mind. But I've only ever seen one. It was fine. I don't know. Those movies are fun. Also, the fact that you're a Rocky Horror Picture Show, like Fiend, is very funny to me. Rocky Horror is a thing. I think I'm going to put fish, meat, fish and meat there. Let's get like a partial food stockpile going. You work the spotlight, wow. People that ban assholes on the Steam community are, as Steam is concerned, studio developers. Never imagined someone with a mod on the Dwarf Fortress forums. Never imagined someone would mod the Dwarf Fortress forums for free. Whenever KitFox add a game and it shows up in your inventory, GOG has a thing where if I own a game on Steam, you can play it on GOG. Huh. By process of miscommunication, GOG was offering to download a game that was never made. Huh. Wait. I gather that means that Mondo Museum never happened. I kind of forgot that that thing existed until you mentioned it, to be honest. Time is fleeting and I forgot that game existed. That is the most Rocky Horror thing I've ever heard. Skithy. Speaking of movies that I haven't seen in a very long time, by the way. I would really like to personally walk across the road and into the middle of a construction site and get yelled at by a security guard and ask them what the fuck they're doing. Because if I didn't know any better, I would genuinely think that there was an earthquake right now. I guarantee you it's just them drilling. But holy shit. My desk is shaking. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, this is actively, like, there is a can on my desk that is, like, moving back and forth on its coaster. That is wild. Like, I understand that they are drilling under the ocean. But Jesus Christ. I mean, it's not really making any noise. It's just my chair is vibrating. Like, it's not loud. But, like, the ground is shaking. Weird. Fucking strange, man. Anyway, Dino the broker is also giving birth to a boy. We have another baby. You've got the flounder, you've got a ratfish, you've got a squid, you've got a shad. Salmon! There we go. Are they also, they're also building out an ocean fort? No, they're extending power lines underneath the ocean to the other chunk of the city. It is not 8 p.m. It's 6 o'clock here, and they can legally work until 7:30. So it's just kind of wild because, like, I've never felt this much rattling from that, because that construction site has been there since November, so it's been there a while already. Oh, squad's back. They've been back for a bit. I'm dumb. No migrants this season? Travesty. Sure we'll get migrants next season. They sort of did. because like it's BC Hydro doing this, right? Scum Must Fall. And this past summer, they were digging on a road, I don't know, like a couple blocks that way. And I went, this was when I went to Montreal last year for Formula One, so I guess in June. And they were drilling into that road, and they hit a water main, which on its surface, bad. Surprise geyser, and like water everywhere, right? Turn the water off, right? But they also punched right through it and into an unused sewage pipe beneath it that hasn't been used since the 1950s, quote unquote, which then vented the sewage into the ocean. So the result was there was such a high E. coli warning like around the bay where I live for like the week I was gone that apparently they put up temporary signs everywhere and fenced the whole fucking thing off. So yeah, no, they kind of already did in regards to digging too deeply in Greenlee. That's a meeting area. That was supposed to be an animal pasture. Different kind of meeting area. So yeah, I would not hesitate to state that I think that they kind of already did. What a shitty situation. Yeah! Although, pro tip, if you live in a city that also happens to be on the ocean, don't swim in the ocean right next to the city. Generally a bad idea. Maybe boat. Be in boat. Or like on a paddleboard. Don't fall in. It's probably not the most sanitary. Probably not. All right, let's get all those turkeys down here. Let's get a door in there. Let's go to farming. Grab some nest boxes. Ooh, we got some fancy shell-encrusted nest boxes. Then I can lock the door and multiply my turkey count. Be great. I've got a raw squid roast, whoops, which has a porcupine tallow, clown loach, minced clown loach, and minced raw squid. Hey, Clino, can you do me a favor and comment to Tarn that meals that are cooked with squid say that the squid is raw once it's cooked? It's now just minced raw squid instead of like minced squid. If it's a roast, is it really raw? That's what I'm saying. Like, all I can hear is like Gordon Ramsay in my head going, "It's fucking raw." That's all I can hear in my head right now. Which is hilarious. And honestly, I'm totally fine with that. But it's not great. Like, is it raw or is it not? I mean, here.
You fucking donkey!
That's how I feel whenever a donkey shows up in my fort. Doop-a-doop. I do quite like the way those little cages look over there, though. I think they look quite nice. Sir Wigglebutt the second is like already here and ready to go. He's just waiting on his harem of hens to move over. There's so many fish fucking getting moved into the fort, chat. It's absurd. There's so many. There's so many. I'm just gonna cancel that task. Like, just bat rays. Fish are friends, and they're delicious. I don't eat a huge amount of meat, but I love me some fish. I'll be honest, I'm actually kind of amazed at how much fish we don't have in the fort at the minute. But okay, so I'm gonna throw a hen in here. I'm gonna do that because I would like to see what's underneath this. By the way, the rattling just started again. So I'm not gonna show this video that I took last night of my neighbor's front door downstairs. But last night, this is just reminding me of it because the room's shaking a little bit. Right as the stream ended, I, got the VOD exporting and whatnot, and then kind of took my headphones off and stretched, and suddenly started hearing bass and, like, drums. I was like, oh, God, is somebody in the building having a party? I walked into the living room, as a normal person does, and kind of just listened for a second. Sure enough, right down the floor beneath me was some loud, like, crappy dad rock, and I'm just like, man, oh well, whatever. Like, they're allowed to do that. Just like, it's not, quiet time in this building is like 11 o'clock, so as long as it's, as long as I quiet down closer to shut the fuck up o'clock, then I don't mind so much. Anyways, they listen to a song, as one does, perfectly normal. Then they listen to another song, as one does, perfectly normal. Then they listen to another song. No real huge complaint there. But then, I hear the very, very, very recognizable riff of In the End by Linkin Park. And I don't know the two that live down there particularly well. They've always been polite, so whatever. They seem fine. But they both started singing along at maximum volume. And they're very quiet, generally. So, like I said, I'm not going to complain. But I thought I could hear it, like, I could sort of hear it, like, in my ears. Like, are they, like, singing along with In the End by Linkin Park at full blast? No, initially it was Nickelback, which is why I said dad rock. It was 2 Breaking Benjamin songs and then about 3 Nickelback songs back to back. That's why I was saying dad rock. And so I walked down to the hallway on the floor below me, and unmistakably, maximum volume Linkin Park with extremely out of tune singing. And so I grabbed my phone and, like, filmed the hallway. And so I just have to say that, like, I have the best blackmail material ever for my neighbors down beneath me. Not that I'm going to blackmail my neighbors. I would never do such a thing. But I have proof in case I need a noise complaint. Anyways, in the end, it doesn't even matter, chat. Just speaking of in the end, and it doesn't even matter. Do chickens float? I guess we're going to find out. Probably not. This is a hen. And this hen is going to be thrown directly into the ocean. What I really am. Is that what you're trying to get me to do? So, Giraffe, because next I'm going to make you look at this photograph. Because everyone wants to do it on their own. Okay, so that doesn't actually expose anything. Well, that's unfortunate. I drowned a chicken for nothing, chat. Chickens aren't smart enough to tell me what's around them. Jumps out the window. Man, that was easy. Well, that's a shame. It doesn't even matter. Tibet. I had to tell that story at some point today. All right, chat. I've been live for 9.5 hours. We have a shit ton of Nautilus shells, oysters, amongst other things. We're making shell crafts, shell bracelets, other shell things. And I think it's time for us to wind down for the day. That's what I think. What do you think, chats, of the fort so far? You know, this went from looking like a snail to looking like a bigger snail. And I didn't even do that intentionally. Like, this kind of looks like a snail shell, and that's like its body and that's its head. It went from being a snail to being a big... See, it's got a head. That's its shell. It's Gary with Gary. Garyception. Or it's a snail head with 2 eyes. Possibly. I think it looks pretty good, honestly. So far. So Dwarf. Tomorrow, we will continue this fort. Actually, hold up. Let's just do a quick save instead. Tomorrow, we will continue this fort. We will be playing more of it. I will have Legends updated tonight. I'm not going to update the save download option, like link redo, until after this fort is completed. So if you want to download this world and mess around in the same world, you can do that. It should be in the description of the stream or in the command if you type in !legends here in the Twitch chat right now. Legends will stay live, so you can go check in on your dwarf or somebody else's dwarf or whatever's going on in the fort. So if we Legends, if we open Legends here, because I just saved, it'll open it. I can now export XML and export Legends. So we don't need to, worry